What's going on, everybody? Happy Sunday. How's it all going? So we are back, going through again with all off-meta stuff in the new player experience on the PTR. This is possibly the last day of the PTR. What's going on, Lady of the Storm? How you doing? So for those that didn't join in yesterday, I asked my neighbor's kids, I kind of went through the heroes with them. They've never played a Dungeon Defenders game before. And I asked them to pick 6 heroes. I figured that's the best way to kind of simulate a new player experience, is by going off what, just the looks and aesthetics of what someone who never played the game would choose as their starters. It's been a little bit of a struggle, not gonna lie. But my deck is Squire, Apprentice, EV, Monk, Huntress, and Rogue. Now, with the EV in mind, obviously the EV does have some meta defenses, so I'm not using the PDS at all, as I don't want to kind of, I don't want to make the experience too easy. So not using the PDS at all. And where I ended off yesterday was doing a little bit of a struggle on the Ramparts. Failed it a few times in wave 5, and it just irritated me. Now, I'm not going to do it, but it did bring to mind an important fact about how the new way will be, assuming that this is the exact way it'll roll out the players. And that is, I haven't made it a secret, my dislike for the Ramparts, right? So the deal is you only have to play through the campaign once, and it unlocks the maps on any difficulty. Of course, you have to get to the proper level milestone to unlock the next difficulty. But like in this situation, I'm on the Ramparts. If I was truly, truly struggling, I could go back and even play it on easy mode if I want. Because remember, by unlocking Tornado Highlands on hard, I also unlocked the Ramparts on medium and easy. So, I could go back and play the Ramparts on easy, and then when I go to the throne room, bump it back up to hard. So, for those that don't know exactly what this testing build is all about, basically the early game difficulties have changed. So, what used to be insane mode is now hard. What used to be hard is now medium. What used to be medium is now easy, etc. And then a new insane mode was added in. Is it normal to get stuck on a survival wave in early 300s? Well, many players wouldn't even be able to make it to 300 Lady of Storm. So, yeah, that's very normal. Lots of players have struggled to make it to 100 just to unlock the transmog. So I would say you're probably doing pretty good. That is for sure. Anyway, so before I hop in to the Ramparts, I do want to go through my gear. Now, I made a really tragic mistake. And that is I spent all my gold on this crappy weapon from the Demon Lord. And it's just bad. It's just a really, really bad weapon. So it was a complete waste, but sadly, I can't fix it because I spent all of my gold. So I will be able to fix it, but I can't yet. Yeah, there's probably only 1% of the player base has been able to make it that far on any bonus difficulty Lady of the Storm. So yeah, don't feel bad about getting stuck at 300. It's pretty good, right? So yeah, I would say you're probably doing fine. Like I said, without a bonus difficulty, there's many players struggling to even make it to 100 to get the transmog. So yeah, you're in good shape. So anyway, I want to do a quick loot check or gear check. I think I'm going to change some stuff around. Go a little heavier into fort and use proper walls. But I do want to take a look at my gear. And I've got upgrades for all this stuff, I'm pretty sure. So definitely want to take a look through. Now, I'm not even using a set bonus on the Squire. Well, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be. Getting to 1,000 is supposed to be impossible. I mean, obviously, people are still going to do it. But most of the people that pushed high survival waves... Well, first off, no one pushed it on a bonus difficulty at all. Like, literally no one. What's going on, Kizamora? But... to push it, most of the players that have pushed it to a high difficulty on bonus waves were using enrage auras, which is like a completely kind of broken mechanic. I'm just using the rogue as DPS, but it's been, like I said, the DPS is bad. And I screwed up by upgrading that weapon. Okay, we got rate. Do I go? I think I'm going to just keep it the same way I've been going. I'm not going to respec them. But let's get a proper armor set going on this guy now. Thaden with the bits. Thank you so much, man. Do appreciate it. So I need a head and gloves. I mean, we'll use that one for now. I'm sure there'll be a better one. It's a pretty good set of gloves. That range might do me a little better. Well, I mean, they're just really broken. The enrage auras just give, especially at the higher survival floors, it creates just a massive lane blockage, so ogres can't make it through. And then your defenses will slowly whittle everything down. I mean, that's a slight upgrade, even though it's junk. And what about accessories? Clear all that stuff out. Something went wonky with my accessories tab. Let's see what it is. Let's try that instead. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to use that. You found an Elden Ring mod that gives the game Diablo-style loot. That's pretty cool. I'm tempted to pull some of these points out of Fort, but I know I'm going to need walls here. Go ahead and do it anyway. Make these harpoons hit a little harder. Alright, now the Apprentice. We're in militia gear on the Apprentice. I need to change the filter so it's going by item power. It's a shiny. It's easily worth $30. I mean, it's a game you're going to play for 1,000 hours, you know? So, I mean, obviously, always look for a deal. But I would guess there's probably going to be another sale coming up before too long. I mean, it's easy to justify spending really any amount of money on many indie games when you compare them to the cost and replay value of AAA games. I mean, if you're going to spend 1,000 hours on a game, you're literally getting your money's worth, even if the game costs $100, you know? When you look at paying $60 for a AAA game and getting like 100 to 200 hours play out of it, it's just like no contest. What's going on there, Alan? How you doing? Going on there, Bogdan? How you doing? Welcome. I think we'll just scrap all this stuff. What's my opinion on the changes? I got mixed emotions. I think they're good. I think that new players will like them. It's more challenging. That was one of the complaints, was that the early game was too easy. But the other complaint was it's too grindy. People didn't want to go through the campaign over and over again. Doing trials in the Navigator on Arc Knights. Nice. Right, we only got 4 points to spend here. We put them into range. I don't have a whole lot of range going for me here. And what else? The EV, we don't even have a set of gear on yet. We are going to start adding buff beams into the mix, though, so I do want to get a set of gear. What do I use? I mean, militia or miner is the obvious choice. Well, since I just sold all the militia gear, I guess I'll use miner. Range does nothing for buff beams. Let's just kind of equip as we go here. There's more range again. God dang it, man. RNG. RNG and the hate it delivers. More range. All the good pieces rolled with range. That's so shitty. It's still an upgrade. In fact, I mean, that's still better than nothing. Friend picked up Redux. I want to know if the Spike Blockade is supposed to be as exploitable as it is. Well, I mean, Redux is just a mod. Everything in it is intended as it is. Look at that, more range. Range. That's crazy. Like, literally all the best pieces rolled with the one stat I don't need. That's alright, though. Okay, so I think we're good there. You know what? I used all of my RNG, my gaming RNG, I think for all of 2023 already in Path of Exile. That game was so good to me this league. I had so much luck. I opened 1,000 divination cards and actually got the most valuable one, where the chance to get it is like 1 in 100,000 or whatever. I mean, just insane amounts of luck. Right, let's go by item power on all these tabs here. I want to make sure I'm using set bonuses now too. Range and fort, yeah, we'll take that. Fort. Well, we got range and fort already. These are a better head. Not really looking like it. Nope. All right, and then we do have our points to put in. What do we got? 4 more points. Let's start getting a little something going in power there. And then we got the rogue. I'm using ancient stuff on the rogue. The main thing is just getting that armor. We use no range on the rogue either, but can't pass up the additional armor there. So I need chest and boots, ideally. Well, there's some boots. There's a better chest. I really, really wish I wouldn't have made that mistake with the upgrade of that weapon. It's such a deal breaker, man. What did I miss? Oh, I got 4 points. Where are we at? 40, 38. Try to get as much damage out of this weapon as we can. Alright, so let's hop in and do the dreaded Ramparts. Oh, I didn't look at runes either. I should take a peek at runes. Let me see. I don't think... Do I have anything here? Actually, I got a bunch of them, but like the main one I would want is poison tip spears. Nothing I can use there. We got the DST one. That's all we got unlocked there. I've actually got the overdrive one, but I don't think it's very good this early. I don't know. Let's take a look at that real quick. Might have to go back out to tavern. Yeah, let's go back out to tavern. You know, what are we by default? That actually is a fairly large boost. I mean, that's a big boost, actually. Let's see. So by default, it's 22%. What if we had 3 defenses on it? It's still double, even with the 3. That's 33. So with 4 defenses, we're good. So it's the same as it would be at endgame. That's good to know. I think we'll get more runes pretty much every update, Craig. It's just that runes are going to be easy additions for them. So I agree. I mean, I think runes are awesome. They definitely changed the game up quite a bit in a positive way. It gives a lot more diversity. All right, what about the Monkalicious? I know we got something. We didn't get Ensnare yet, did we? No. We're not going to be using either of those auras. We did get the Electric aura rune. Huntress, I know we got some Huntress runes, right? Shell Shocked. And then the Rogue, we probably have runes. I mean, might as well use them. What's going on there, Panda Bear? How you doing? All right, let's try it again. Man, I really, really wish I wouldn't have derped on this weapon. That is such a tragic mistake. This weapon is absolute anus, and I upgraded it just thinking if I upgraded it, it would be good, and it's just terrible. This is on the PTR testing build, yeah, so it's a change to the new player experience. All right, how are we going to start this thing? I never did a Rift-only run. I don't suggest people do Rifted mode at the start of the game, so I've never done a run. So what are we going to do? Are we going to jack up the lower lane again, like we did last time? Or are we just going to go with Last Resort Protection? Me, I'm not really overly excited about it now. It just is not going to add much for a veteran player. I mean, I'm going to play it, don't get me wrong. But I'm not like, oh my god, I can't wait. Because, like, it's a weekend worth of play and it'll be over. So, nah, not really excited at all. Herd Awaken isn't completed yet. Well, I mean, you can't compare it to DD1. It's a launched game that's getting more updates. DD1 had additions from the community for 10 years. So you can't compare it to that. I mean, DD1's got more maps than any Dungeon Defenders game. I mean, Dungeon Defenders 2 is 10 years old next month. No, the core maps are the same. If you look at DD1 at launch, it's the same. Alright, let's see how tragic Wave 1 is going to be here. DDA launched with more maps than DD2 did. Well, I guess I can't say that because in early access, DD2 had less maps, and the same amount of maps as DD1 launched with. But DD1, of course, had maps and content added for years and years and years by the community development team that wasn't directly involved with the game's development. They just took over after, you know? No, crossplay will never happen in DD2. The engine doesn't support it. Literally zero chance of it ever happening. They've outright said that. I mean, that's never been expected, promised, any of the above. DD2 is a game that's on an old, outdated game engine, you have to realize. So what they can do, you have to just be grateful for, because there's not much that they can do. It's like it's a struggle just to get anything new added into the game. So, gotta be happy with what you got. Must realize it is not the new hotness, it is the old game. 2 years ago. I don't know what you mean 2 years ago. Oh, on the Rifted playthrough? Yeah, I've literally never done a Rifted only playthrough. So you're probably looking at somebody else's YouTube channel that maybe squandered my thumbnails or something. What do I want to do here? I mean, I hate to put it like that, but I mean, that's just not good placement. So that leaves me 200, which is not a ton. I mean, if you're talking about like me playing through Rifted mode on a higher difficulty, but like I've never done a Rifted only playthrough from the start of the game. It's not something that I suggest anyone ever do. So I just personally, I'm never going to do anything that I don't suggest people do, you know? Either that or I'm getting old and I did it and I'm not smart. It's a waste of time, though. I mean, if you're having fun, then you're doing it right. It's there for you if you want to do it that way. I can tell you, you won't be able to do it that way once this update hits. The reason Rifted only from the start was even possible is because the base game at the new player experience was too easy. It's not going to be something you want to pursue after this update hits, because it's not really something that should be done early. No, it's not a challenge. It's a huge waste of your time. Let me get that out there. I am not challenging anyone. I'm telling you, if you do it, you're wasting your time. Because there's so much grind to be done in the game at the end. There is zero reason whatsoever. You get no benefit. Now, if you're doing it and having fun, then your benefit is having fun. But as far as in-game benefit, you're getting zero in-game benefit. You just finished playing through hard campaign? Well, I mean, in the current state of busted defenses, yeah. If they balance the defenses, it's just, there's just no way. Try it without using anything that's meta, Tato, and then tell me you can do it. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I'm not even going to go into this anymore. It's a huge waste of your time. Don't bother. If you're doing it for fun, that's your reward is fun. Which there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're doing it thinking you're getting any sort of in-game advantage, you 100% are just not. It's just not fun. It's not rewarding. It's no additional XP. It's no better loot. And it takes much, much longer. So it just literally zero purpose. So don't take any of that as a challenge. I'm telling you, you're wasting your time. Right, let's see. We need to go... Well, we need to get the flyer defense squared away. Man, it's way too early in the morning for bots already. There's 13 people watching. Do you really think you're going to gain anything, you stupid bot? Let me ban the bot real quick. God's sakes, man. It's normally YouTube that has all the bots. Twitch is getting the bots back again. I mean, they come and go. Twitch or YouTube gets the porn bots. Twitch gets the follow bots. And literally no one is going to do that because I just don't even understand how they're making it, how it's worth their while. Because followers don't matter. What matters is viewers. You know? So on that note, thank you all for swinging by so early on a Sunday morning. It matters nothing how many followers you have, you know? Alright, let's see. PDS, Wisps, DSTs, Beaming Blossoms are all like, I mean, you can compare this playthrough to my last playthrough the day before yesterday where I used Wisps. It's an entirely different game. That stuff is all ridiculously OP early game. It's not even so much that it's OP, it's that the other stuff sucks. But like I said, this playthrough is all about the neighbor kids and what they picked. Well, no, I had new players choose. The Warden doesn't look very good. So new players, like someone who doesn't know the history and someone who never played Terraria, they're not going to pick the Warden. Well, from my experience anyway. Now, if they would have put the visual from DD2 in, they might, because the Warden in DD2, or the Dryad in DD2 looks way better. This is the original Dryad, though. I'm assuming that's why they used it. Alright, we got 21 left. We go ahead and do this. I didn't put anything in for those flyers, but now I don't have enough mana to do it. There probably Switch updates will be few and far between until they get the game where they want it to be, Jelly. Nintendo is like notoriously difficult to work with. And it was holding back everything else, so they just decided to get the game dialed in on PC and then consoles before they get back into getting the Switch squared away. Well, see, the thing is when you look at like a new player that's brand new to the franchise itself, there's not going to be very many of those people, you know? Like the new players will be players that played DD1 back in the day, or players that played DD2, you know? There's 8 characters. Oh, you mean on the Switch? Yeah. I mean, the experience is still there. Just play and enjoy what's there, you know? It will be caught up. It's just, like I said, Switch is just notoriously difficult to get updates through. You just started on Switch? Nice. I think overall, though, like as far as PC, consoles, etc., taking Xbox and PlayStation in the mix, I don't think there will be a whole lot of players that are brand new to the franchise. There will be some, obviously, you're one of them. But I don't think there will be a lot. And then, of course, a player returning from DD1 that hasn't played a Dungeon Defenders game in 10 years or whatever. I think in most cases, they're going to just naturally go to the Squire and Apprentice. But this one, it was kid, like I said, it was my neighbor's kids. They had no idea anything about the game, and I explained I showed them the visuals of what the heroes look like, and explained like a basic overview of the heroes without telling them what's good, what's bad, etc. Just letting them go through like the theme and the aesthetic and everything. And this is the deck they chose. So Squire, Apprentice, EV, Monk, Huntress, and Rogue. This is not the deck I would have chose. Alright, we got 3 more left. I think we just throw a trap in right here. Alright, now if the traps hold, we might be alright here. I mean, I really wish I wouldn't have upgraded this weapon. I mean, I'll get over it pretty quick. See, just adding the buff beams in is a big change versus yesterday. Yesterday I was doing it with no buff beams. And like every wave was a mass of enemies at the wall smacking, you know. It's really, I mean, it's a bummer, but let's just be honest. Tower defense games are a really small genre. And like a lot of people that do play tower defense games usually only play them on mobile and play like Bloons and Kingdom Hearts or Kingdom Rush and stuff like that. I wish that the genre itself was more popular. I mean, I love it. No, there will be a new hero. I mean, it's the hero that's been promised for 10 years. The Man and Machine. They've already put all kinds of info out on it. DD3 win. Not soon enough. We'll have to see if we ever get a DD3. I would love to see it. Orcs Must Die is a great game. The big 3 in action defense is Orcs Must Die, Dungeon Defenders, and Sanctum. Those are like the 3 best action defense shooter type games. And all 3 of them are really good and worth playing, you know? Yeah, the engineer is the Man and Machine. It's the character that's been on the bulletin board on the wall for a decade. Somebody mentioned, I can't remember who it was, but somebody mentioned yesterday they heard rumors that another Sanctum game is soon to be in development. That would be amazing. I'm not sure if there's any accuracy with that, because Coffee Stain is, they're not an enormous studio, and they're still working on Satisfactory. You know, Satisfactory is still technically early access, I'm pretty sure. Let me look. Isn't Satisfactory still early access? It is, yeah. Orcs Must Die is a great multiplayer, but it requires true multiplayer. Like, it requires teamwork. Public games are awful. Well, I mean, Goat Simulator took them a weekend to make, though. You can't include Goat Simulator in the conversation. That was something they did for fun on the side over the course of a weekend. You know, it wasn't something that had, like, major development time. It's kind of a meme game, you know? I think that was how they originally made it. It was like an internal weekend game jam competition or something. I'm not positive on that. It is a small company, but, I mean, they've got enough employees to have a few working on every product. Ooh, we actually held an ogre there. Buff beam for the win. Try to turn this one around just a little, though. There we go. And you know what the big difference is here from yesterday? I added the buff beam. That's all it took. The company is not huge. Or you're talking about Coffee Stain. Their publisher owns, or there doesn't own all that, but their publisher publishes for multiple companies. Coffee Stain as a development studio doesn't own that. Coffee Stain as a development studio is a smaller portion of the overall picture. Well, it's a loot-based game. It depends on if you're into loot or not, Florida man. If you're not into chasing loot, then yeah, it would get old. You'd get maybe, what, 30, 40, 50 hours of play out of the game? But it's, you know, it's about the loot. I mean, look at, like, Diablo 3 every season. I mean, you're basically done with the content as far as playing through it a couple of times, like within a few hours. Yet people end up playing that season for months. Well, let's get to the highest difficulty. Play with the highest possible loot modifiers, pardon me. And, grind a bazillion hours. That's what loot farming in every game is all about. So, like in the Diablo 3 comparison, the loot cap is Greater Rift 90. So you get to Greater Rift 90 or above. You know, obviously if you go above, you get more XP and everything, but you get to Greater Rift 90 and you grind it a bazillion times, and so you get all the loot you want. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. But next up, we have the throne room. How do we want to do the throne room? Well, I mean, just to get through the first wave, we can just do something like this. That doesn't even seem like a good idea. Okay, we got another 220. We turn it to make sure we're hitting this back path. It's only going to just tickle them a little there on the sides, but it's just the first wave. Want to know a funny story? Sure, let's have it. No, that's straight from Dungeon Defenders 1. It actually was nerfed. I think DD2 kind of turned Dungeon Defenders games into a more casual type game. And that's what happened with elemental immunities. When Switch gets their big update, they won't be immune. Well, I mean, Dungeon Defenders games have never been good at explaining the game. It's, you know, it's a learn through trial and error type thing. I really feel like I need to get at least one harpoon up here. Actually, let's do this. We'll put a harpoon in the middle. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question really more there, Lot, is, I mean, that's not something anybody can answer other than Chromatic. I mean, they feel like they have the team to work on multiple products, so that's what they're doing. You know? DDA has far more lobbies than DD2. Every Dungeon Defenders game has more open lobbies than DD2, Adam. DD2, if you take away the alts, has arguably the least amount of players of any Dungeon Defenders game, other than going rogue, of course, but that one doesn't really count. Well, I mean, DD2 is free, and it's also alt-based game. You don't play with people, you play with alts. So, I mean, DD2 has always been not group-friendly. Like, people just don't play together in DD2. I mean, they do, obviously, but, like, as far as the overall percentages... Well, I mean, as far as I know, there's a very small part of the team is working on the roguelike. I don't think that is affecting development time. Well, yeah, I mean, you just go to the browser and join a public game. Like in DD2, there's very few public games listed. So, you know, DD2's got the benefit of the town hub, but the real players don't hang out in the town hub. Only the people trying to either make money off of the trading system or people trying to flex or whatever, you know? Well, I mean, there is not a polished Dungeon Defenders game. I hear you. I mean, DD1 would be the closest to that, but it took the community development team to get it to where it is. But DD2 is far from polished. DDA, of course, is not polished. No, DD2 is a regular old action defense game. It's just free to play. It's 100% not an MMO. It's free to play, so it gets lots of players in and out. But also being free to play, it makes it so it costs nothing to create an alt. And that's basically the smartest way to play, since it's kind of like the grind the crafting material game. You know, any way you can get multiples on your how many crafting materials you get is just kind of smart. It's a good game, don't get me wrong. But a lot of DD2 players are very, very misleading themselves into thinking it's like some super active game, because no Dungeon Defenders game is. It's a small genre, you know? People want to shoot their friends. They don't want to shoot goblins with their friends. Well, it's the alt thing. I mean, people are not playing solo. They're playing with their alts. I mean, if you want a game that is going to be the easiest to find groups for, that always 24/7 has public matches listed, then go play DD1. I mean, it's got the most community activity of all the games. And the community development team is still in charge there, so there's like constantly community events and stuff going on. Alright, what do we want to do here? I want to add something to the sides if I have enough DU left. I didn't play it yesterday. I watched those UFC fights last night, so I didn't get any Tortuga time in yesterday there, Kragus. Let's get a little something here. I think we got enough to do that all the way around. Thin the goblins out anyway. It's if you like turn-based tactics type games, Tortuga is pretty fun, and it's got that addicting, you know, you always want a bigger boat type thing going. So like, there's lots of ways just to log in and play. Well, I mean, Borderlands is one of the best game franchises ever made, so it would be a bad idea to try to compare Borderlands games to literally any other game franchise, unless it's another hugely much loved game franchise. I mean, Borderlands games are just amazing. You know, the world they created is incredible. Well, I mean, Redux, you just got to realize Redux is a mod. The base game is where the player base is. Redux is fun, don't get me wrong, but it's playing a mod. You know, if you like to play modded games. You know, like I refuse to play Minecraft without mods. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm wondering how rough the Goblin mech is going to be without having a good weapon. I mean, XCOM's a pretty legendary game too, you know? Just a great product. I really enjoyed those too. I even enjoyed that Chimera Squad. I thought that, I mean, it was a lot more chill, but I thought that was even pretty fun. I like turn-based tactics games though. It's new player experience there, Enigma. So it's the early game that got changes. Alright, what do we want to do? Do we want to start upgrading these auras? I feel like it would be a smarter move just to upgrade this stuff. My favorite for active combat? I mean, I think the rogue here is the most fun. Personally. It's tons of mobility, you know, it's pretty fun abilities with like the spin and everything. The old spin to win. Obviously, I'm not set up for it, so not really doing a whole lot, but... Yeah, well, I mean, it's the same thing with all Dungeon Defenders games have something a little off in that regard. Like, people get really obsessed with looking at item power, and item power is like something you should never ever even bother looking at, because it's a game about stats. The power of an item has very little meaning, you know? Like, having a high power item with the wrong stats is just junk, versus having a lower power item that's got the correct stats is hugely powerful. So it's the same there. Ready for your birthday stream? Yeah, man. Y'all gonna have to carry me. I don't have any runes or anything. I'm not gonna be able to build maps for anybody. You guys will have to build maps for me. I'll try to get Uzar to log in that day. Oh, that's DD1. That was the Jester. Jester defenses do suck. They're still fun, though. They're definitely very, very off meta, but like the Party Popper is awesome. It's my favorite one. You can run most maps. Nice, nice. That's a character that I really hope makes it into Dungeon Defenders Awaken. You know, I don't know if it will, but I would love to see it. The Jester. I mean, they would have to obviously, any character that comes in from the other games, they're going to be redoing or reworking the defenses and abilities and whatnot, but I would certainly love to see that one. Are we going to handle this ogre? Let's see. A little bit sketch, but I'm worried about the boss wave on this one. Yeah, it's very, very sketch. Just don't have very much power here. This is the PTR, so it's a public testing build that Chromatic put out that give people access to give feedback on changes they plan on making to the game. This particular one is based on the new player experience. The difficulties were changed, and some of the grindiness was removed as far as like replaying the campaign over and over again. And this playthrough, this is my second playthrough on the PTR. This one, my neighbor kids that have never played Dungeon Defenders games before picked the loadout. I figured that was the closest thing to giving myself a new player experience would be having someone else pick the heroes I use. I want to take a look and see these weapons laying around and replace this POS I got going here. Hero that uses only water towers. That'd be cool. It would definitely be cool. I mean, these RS burn so fast. It's a mage, huh? Alright, now are we gonna be able to get this boss killed quick enough? What's going on there, Panda? How you doing? What do I think of the engineer model? It's the old man and machine model with a different arm. I mean, I think it looks cool. I have to turn him around. I think this is another one where a new player would just... I can't simulate not knowing the boss mechanics and how the boss works. So a new player would just have to do this map a few times to get the boss fight down. Where, you know, I had a pretty easy time with it early. Alright, I don't have weapons set up in the auto loot, and I don't really plan to, so... do a quick look around the map and see if we see anything good land. All about the staves. I don't even see a single crossbow. Wow, not one single crossbow anywhere. If I can find myself a nice stat stick for the sword, that would be ideal. DDA is about loot. More like DD1. Where DD2 is not really loot focused, your loot doesn't matter. Your loot is the purse that holds your shards and mods. And shards and mods are what matter, not the loot itself. DDA is a game about the loot. It's about stats and it's about loot. So ideally you find the loot with the high rolls of the correct stats. And that's the game. Is finding stats and finding the loot. Wow, not one crossbow. That's such a bummer, man. I should have looted the box on the Huntress. What are you gonna do? We are gonna head to Arcane Library is what we're gonna do. Well, I mean, the EV is really good. I'm purposefully not using the really good things, Alan. Like I said, this is a new player testing build. So I'm using things that, like I said, my neighbor kids pick the heroes, and I'm not using anything on these heroes that are OP. Well, I mean, I haven't played on PlayStation since runes happened, so I don't have any runes. Need to change my loot filters up a little, I believe. Yeah, we can definitely get rid of those now. I think offhands we can probably as well. Let's go to there with offhands. That should help my loot situation out a bit. Alright. Do we want to go through the loot? How many points do we have? 24 points, wow. Lots of points to apply. I guess we have to go through the loot. I mean, you don't have to, obviously, but I should. Range and rate. What's my weakest piece here? The helm. Doesn't look like I got a suitable helm replacement that run. How we looking? Let's go 3 more points in range, and then we'll ignore range for a while. I don't want anyone to trade anything to me on PlayStation Kragus. I'm only going to play it for the one day. It would be a waste for anyone to give any of their loot to me. So, I mean, somebody will have to build maps. But I don't want any loot from anyone there. A little bit more range, suffering 1 power. That one's debatable. I think I'll keep the power. Let's see. Let's go a little bit more range here. Go up to 60 there. We'll pump a little bit into raid as well. Let's see. Did we get any super shinies? I'm not hating on PlayStation. It's a grind game. I don't have enough hours in a day to grind a grind game on multiple platforms. There's no hate for the PlayStation at all. I did it in DD2 for several years, and it literally, like, almost cost me my marriage. Made me hate the game for a little while. It's just the game. Dungeon Defenders games are grindy as shit. You all know that. If it's got Dungeon Defenders in the title of the game, it is a grindy motherfucker. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And you all know this already. So to expect to do it on multiple platforms is just literally like self-flagellation. Start whipping yourself. It's that bad. You know? So, I mean, that's the deal. I enjoy kicking back and playing on consoles. It's just, it's not conducive to creating content. It's more work to record videos. And I already have, I mean, I don't have like the best machine in the world, but I already have a pretty decent gaming PC. Oh, I know. I'm just saying for anyone else, you know, I do enjoy playing on consoles. Let's dump it all into range. Well, I mean, just to get to end game and get not even fully min-maxed, just like not even close to min-maxed, but on the right track set of gear, it will take you more than 200 hours, Jolly Minions. So if you want to maximize, you will easily double that. Well, I mean, that's just smart. Doing the Onslaught skip is smart. What wasn't smart was switching from PlayStation to PC. Because although the game DD2 runs really bad on PlayStation, it doesn't run good on PC. You know? It's not, that's just not worth switching. Plus, once again, it comes around to the grind. Well, I mean, the multiplayer is terrible on PC, too. PlayStation is all about getting into the PlayStation groups. You know? DDA has several of them. Several full PlayStation groups. See, what else do we want to do to start? I'm not used to having this much starting mana compared to some of these other... You join PlayStation groups. Chat groups. I mean, obviously, Discord is always a good source to find players. I don't know why they removed communities. To me, that made no sense at all for PlayStation to do that. I mean, it was another maintenance issue, I guess, on their end, and they felt like they weren't getting any return for it, but... I mean, I just feel like there was no downside to communities. Like, Xbox removed their groups, too. Just makes me wonder, you know? Why? Why on earth would you do that? The early game is definitely more difficult. Without a doubt. So, I mean, their two goals were to make the early game feel more of a challenge because people complained that it wasn't a challenge. And second off, to make it less grindy because players complained that it was too grindy. And I do feel like they achieved both of those goals. I mean, it's not like a brutal, difficult, oh my god, this is uncompletable type experience. But it's harder than it used to be. There's no doubt. And then the only playing through the campaign once, I mean, that, to someone who's played through it a million times and is aware that you have to play through it a million times, to me it feels like an insanely huge time skip getting to pass the early game. But, I mean, that's what new players want. And, you know, there literally is. It's the same reason I tell people don't bother with Rift mode, is because that's the end game grind, and there's no shortage of it. You know, like, you could grind an unlimited amount of hours. I think Aramir is probably, as far as I know anyway, he's probably the closest as far as having a truly, like, one truly min-maxed hero. And he puts 1,000,000 hours into the game. And not only does he put 1,000,000 hours into the game, but he puts 1,000,000 hours into the game running speed runs and doing super fast builds. So he gets a ton of loot. And he's still not, although he's probably, like I said, probably the closest I'm aware of, he's still not fully min-maxed. You know? So don't, you know, like I said, I mean, you gotta, that's the other thing, is you gotta have fun, because it is a game. So if you're having fun, then you're doing it right. You know, that's just all there is to it. Pardon me. If you're having fun, you're doing the right thing. Let's see, what else do we want here? I mean, we could use more auras. Or we could use auras, period. I haven't put any up. I didn't even realize. Let's get some backdoor stuff here. That way we don't have to run over here. And then we'll throw a buff beam on this wall, too. Well, the thing now, Quicksilver, is you only have to do one campaign playthrough. You still have to get to the appropriate levels to unlock the difficulties. But as far as playing through the campaign, you only have to do it once. So, like, I'm on hard mode now. I'll be done with hard mode shortly and moving on to Insane. I'll have all the maps unlocked. So I don't have to play through the campaign on Insane at all. I can jump right to Survival and start grinding the levels to get Nightmare unlocked. In fact, on my other playthrough that was a little bit more min-maxed, or not min-maxed, but a little bit more meta, I didn't even complete a single map in Insane mode. I did Survival up to like wave 18 and lost, and then I did like 2 more Survival waves at like a wave 15 start just to get the XP, and then backed out and skipped to Nightmare. Didn't even complete one map. Like I said, for me, that feels crazy. But, I mean, it does succeed in the purpose. You know, like I said, people said it was too grindy and they didn't want to do the campaign. And that's now no longer an issue. Those updates are not coming tomorrow, Cross. I don't know who told you that, man, but they lied to you so hard. They won't even be here in 2 months. Well, maybe 2 months. But they will not be here tomorrow. I mean, they're not even supposed to be revealed. The very first initial teaser reveal is next Wednesday. So yeah, somebody just seriously lied to you, man. What a bummer. If you follow my channel, you already know about all that stuff, though. Watch my YouTube videos, y'all. No, they didn't. You misread what they said. Or that was not an official post. The only thing they've said is that the reveal will be on Wednesday. Let me look, just in case I'm completely out of touch with reality here. Let me see. Let's see, where on earth is it? The last post on their Steam news feed is talking about the holiday event, December 23rd. Yeah, there's literally nothing there saying that the update is going to be tomorrow. So I don't know who told you that, man, but they were just fibbing a little. I mean, I'll be surprised if it gets here in 2 months, just to give you a more realistic approach. It'll be at 2 p.m. Pacific time, Kragus. That's when I start my streams. I'm doing this one special early because of the PTR, but my streams all start at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Alright. We got 2 DU left, but I'm just gonna skip it. Once again, still trying to... I think last map I actually used all the DU. I wouldn't be surprised either, to be honest. Switches, like I said, they're notoriously difficult to work with. That 1.5 update for Stardew Valley, Concerned Ape posted about that for the Switch. It took him over 2 months just to get that one update through Switch certification. Where, like, for Xbox and PlayStation, if you hit the 4 or 5 day mark, people are throwing a fit. It took Switch 2 months just for that one update. But I hate to say it, but I think that's probably realistic. End of year 2023, maybe, to get caught up. I don't know. Well, I mean, you learn the mechanics of the game. To answer your, how do you guys know what loot to grind? Keep playing Breath of the Wild to cope, that's fair. I mean, according to many, Breath of the Wild is so good it's worth buying a Switch to play it. I still have yet to play through it. I promised Thaden I would like 2 years ago, and I still haven't played through it yet. I need to get on that at some point before the third one. I don't know what you mean. Because there's nothing for me to make, Clifty. I mean, I could re-record the exact same thing I put in videos 2 years ago and re-release them. I haven't made a DD2 content video in over a year. I'll do news videos, but there's no news. I mean, as there's news, I'll put out news videos. But there's nothing for me to do in DD2. You got to realize I put out 4,000 videos, played 15,000 hours, and played that game for 10 years. There's nothing at all for me to do. If I put out another DD2 video right now that's a content video, it's going to be a rinse and repeat of something I've already done. And I just feel there's no point in that. Plus, no one watches DD2 content anymore. Yeah, that's a big part of it too. And that's just straight statistics. Like, sadly, DD2 gets like a 1/10 of the Google searches and YouTube views that DD1 and DDA do. Well, it's pretty easy. You do the same thing in the video from years ago, Cross. Like I said, there's nothing to do, meaning all of the old stuff still works. You can follow a 3 or 4 year old DD2 video and still complete all of the content in the game. There hasn't been any big game-changing things happen in DD2. If there was, I would have made a video. There's nothing. It's get your destruction, defense rate, and deadly strike shards. How many thousands of times have you all heard me say that? Those are the base of the game. You know? Oh, it's a tactical map like DD1, Xantho. I see what you mean now. It doesn't have a mini-map, no. It's a tactical map. So you see what's coming, and you pull it up. It's from... Remember that this game was not made to be like DD1 or DD2. This game was made to be more similar to DD1. So things like the maps and stuff like that are the tactical versions, not the DD2 variety. I would like a mini map. I think a mini map would be awesome, but it has the tactical map now. Since I'm barely looking at the screen and watching two chats, I'm not looking at the game too much. When I'm actually playing, I usually... Are the newer characters in the DLC? I don't know what you mean. There's no DLC characters in DDA. You buy the game, you have the characters. It's not a microtransaction game. It's not free to play. It's not DD2. Everyone that owns the game has all the characters. Nothing to pay for, nothing to unlock. You just start them and play. Oh, well, you have to look at the wisps on the ground with new lanes opening up. Like at the start of the waves, it will show the wisps on the ground with where the enemies are coming from. Same as DD2 in that regard. Oh yeah, buff beams are a massive difference. Well, I mean, I got the rune too, so like in this situation, it's a straight up 50% damage boost, you know? Did I take the rune out? No, it's still in there. Only rank 1, but it's still a nice buff. Alright, Royal Gardens, here we come. Before I get to the summit, I'll go through the loot and make sure I'm good to go. But yeah, it's got the lane wisps. Like, you see, you know, this little guy shows you where the enemies are coming from. Yeah, there's pets in DDA. You get pets from survival mode, with the exception being the summit. You'll get a booster pet from the summit, but is that enough to get me through the first wave? Probably not. Let's do this. I suggest people start Rifted mode after you get your first survival win in Massacre. The general suggestion that I give people is what I would do, and that is, when you get Massacre unlocked, get to Ancient Mines. So do the first 2 maps. Actually, you won't even have to after this update. You can just jump right to it. But go to Ancient Mines Survival, complete it once. Then play through the rest of the campaign on Rifted. And then after you get through the campaign, look and see what gear items you need to fill in like a basic starter set. And then go from there. It's grind mode. Rifted mode is grind mode. You have to collect armor sets. Without collecting the armor sets, you get no benefit from playing Rifted. So I just don't suggest people grind it. I mean, it's there if people want to, but there's just, like I said, there's just so much end game grind already. Yeah. I had to do the same thing. I had one, I can't remember what item it was, but I had one piece that I wasn't getting, but now that doesn't happen because Rifted gear drops on the ground. And then additionally, do. Oh, additionally, it's not going to be the same experience. It's going to be way easier than what many players experienced going through. But the main thing is why I don't suggest people bother with it until Massacre is you get no additional XP. What's up, Goggles? You get no extra XP, and the maps take longer to run. Oh, I've been really enjoying PoE this league. I'm not done yet. I'm definitely not done for the league yet. Out of juice. I got a bunch of builds going now. I got a Cyclone Slayer. I got that Poison Blade Vortex. I got my RF. I got a Seismic Trap Saboteur. I did quite a bit this league in PoE. I did more than I've ever done before. And I also did more content than I've ever done before. I haven't killed an Uber boss solo yet, but I do have attempts in. And I've never, like, even remotely came close to fighting Uber bosses before, you know? Ignore it and just play is the best way, because you get massive amounts of gold just from playing. If you find a good item you don't need, sell it to a sucker in town for 5 times what it's worth. Gold becomes one of those things that, as you play the game more, it just is a trivial aspect of the game. Because you have more than you will ever need, you know? Well, I mean, the power levels are the same. It's not exactly the same as DD1, of course, but yeah, you get, if you put the time in and you min-max your stuff, you're going to be beast. You're going to be destroying. You know, this is obviously super early game, so I don't have those setups going. Okay, we're going to need some walls down here. Yeah, 4 trillions. 4 trillions pretty low, Goggles. I mean, just for an example, my buddy Ren decided to start playing again. So I hooked him up with a bunch of runes, and I gave him 10 trillion gold to upgrade his runes, and that was like pocket change. So yeah, man. I'm looking forward to this is that song I don't like again. I'm going to skip it. I'm looking for the Diablo PTR next week. Quick, I'll probably be playing that more next week. I mean, although I'm still playing the PoE League and still enjoying it, most of my friends are already done. You know? You never get godlies though, so your money doesn't matter. Well, I mean, you got more than enough to upgrade godlies when you get them. Yeah, I'll probably stream. I usually do stream the Diablo 3 PTR. I'll probably stream it. I got to get back to real life work probably in like 2 weeks, maybe. A week or 2 weeks. I haven't been doing much Uber driving lately. I've been just live streaming, but My channels just aren't big enough to do that, you know? Oh, I knew what you meant there, Goggles. Yeah, I just couldn't play Torchlight Infinite after seeing how the monetization works. The only bad monetization game I'm willing to play is DD2. I love the fact that, like, you can't spend money in Path of Exile to get anything that affects in-game play. That's how a free-to-play game should be, in my opinion. Some people make Uber videos. What, killing the Uber bosses? Yeah, there's tons of them. I don't have any builds that are worth... I mean, I have yet to get an Uber kill, you know? So, I mean, I don't have any builds that are like I would want to show off as an Uber boss killer in PoE. I mean, like I said, I've yet to get my first kill solo. I've done Uber bosses now with somebody else that's all beasted out. I played every league up until this one without premium stash tabs, Crazy Waffles. I played it so much this league, I went on and spent a little money and bought myself some tabs, but prior to this league, all I ever played with was a currency tab. Well, I bought, but I didn't sell. But yeah, this is the first league that I've ever sold anything. Alright, we got 9 left. We're on wave 4 already, though. Oh, shit. Wrong hero. Hopefully the build holds. I can't even scratch a wyvern. I don't think I even have a weapon equipped. This is the default weapon. I can kite him, I guess. Yeah, it looks like he's actually gonna... I got 185 health, too. This guy... Yep. One tap. You hate Act 1 and Act 2 now? Act 1 and Act 2, I didn't feel like were too bad. Well, it's the pet bag there, Alan. It's the juicy fruit pet. You can put the icons for any item in the game, and since that's in the game, oh, I hear you, man. I hear you. I so wish Path of Exile had an adventure mode like Diablo does. Complete the campaign once and never do it again, you know? Oh, yeah, the juicy fruit pet. You haven't heard about the best pet in the game, Alan? I did it a bunch of times this season, or league, but the reason I did it was because I had all of a sudden enjoyed not going through the campaign but enjoyed trying to learn how to do it faster. So I ended up doing it like 6 times this league. But that's why I did it. I can't stand going through the campaigns, though. Like I said, I really do wish that it had an adventure mode. Yeah, the Juicy Fruit Pet. I don't have one. I'm not going to use one on this account, but that's the icon for it. It's on my pet bag, which apparently is not set up properly now. Let's see. It's because I got always include pets, huh? Yeah, I don't have any pets. But it's a test build. The early game is changing, Goggles. So this is the public testing build. So I'm running through it too. This is actually my second run through. I'm running through it to be able to give my feedback to the game developers. Every game needs a fun new player experience. You know, that's the key to success in games. Is if you can always attract new players. And I think that's important. I think they need to get that dialed in. Well, I mean, a skin maybe at some point, but there will never be a Juice Bags character in any Dungeon Defenders game. They don't like me that much. Uh-oh. I mean, I'm grateful that they put what they did put in the game. You know, I mean, that's more than any content creator could ever expect or ask for. DDA is more like DD1. If your only experience in Dungeon Defenders is DD2, you may not like the other Dungeon Defenders games. Or you may. Alright, off to the prom. If you're on PC, Hunter, you can play around with your save files. But yeah, it would be cool if there was save slots. I agree. Alright, I think we'll get through this map as well before we do a loot break. Obviously, I got a ton of loot here, but... Not really. That's not really accurate. That would be to the player's preference. Saying DD2 is more player-focused. I mean, DD2 is a full-on AFK game once you get your towers set up. Just like DDA and DD1. I don't think I'd really agree with that. That description. The main difference is DDA is more about loot. DD1 is more about loot. DD2, loot doesn't matter. What matters are shards and mods. So you're not grinding loot, you're grinding a number on a screen to be able to re-roll your shards and mods. To me, that's the main difference between the games. And obviously, you know, DD2 is microtransaction filled, and DD1 had an assload of DLCs. But DDA, every DLC is cosmetic, so there's zero pay-to-win element. DD2, the art style is very pretty. There's no doubt there. All about that money, man. The developers of DD2 back in the day spent a shitload on art, and it shows. I mean, when you look at like the details that are into like the stones or the grass or whatever, just like the brick, the details are 1,000 times better in DDA than they are in DD2. But DD2, the art style itself is just really, really nice. And it makes it look so good, you know? I fill my deck, Crazy Waffles. That's... And no need to do anything more than that. Just fill your deck. Because they all level together, you know? So, like, for example, here I've used the Huntress very little, but the Huntress is still level 30 now. Well, this deck was picked by my neighbor's kids, Quicksilver. Since this is a new player experience, I'm trying to simulate a new player experience as much as possible. So I had people that know nothing about the game pick what heroes and defenses I used. And, you know, obviously they thought the PDS looked cool as hell, but I'm just not going to use that because it's too powerful. This one, it's the original 4 plus EV and Rogue. They both picked different. One said the OG 4 plus EV and Rogue, and the other said the OG 4 plus the EV and Warden. And I left it up to Stream Chat when I started this playthrough, and everybody picked do the EV Rogue. PVS? I don't know what you mean. Oh, the PDS, the Plasma Defense System. This thing is really, really strong. Which, I mean, by all means, use it. If you're a new player, enjoy it. It's crazy powerful. But since I wanted to try to... A brand new player to the game is not going to know that. So since they don't know that, I'm, like, purposefully not using that. For that reason. Out of juice. But yeah, it's super, super strong. I like Wisps, where Wisps are really, really strong early game. I just like the theme and everything of Wisps, though. Well, I mean, the Warden is the original Dryad. Goggles. It was the original Dryad from DD2 before they did the Kararia crossover and rethemed her art. They dumbed all that down now, Crazy Waffles. Too many people complained about it. They weren't immune to towers, you just didn't have the gear yet. The answer back then was to set up fusion defenses, and no enemy is immune to fusion defenses. But they took that away. No enemy is immune to towers now. See, we got you. The DU, as far as the campaign goes, feels so off sometimes. Like, I feel like I've got way tons of DU here now. Famous last words. Watch me get smacked right in the mouth here. I bet it won't be long, Crazy Waffles. I bet it'll be like within a month. Missing a Quicksilver flask? Missing flasks in general. There's plenty of speed in DDA, though, if you want to run fast. You get a ability power Squire, it's hard to control, it goes so quick. They all some run us. Guess we should build out the ogre lanes more, huh? Actually did pretty good against that one. I'm going to want to redo the buff beam there. Move these a little closer. There's Dark Souls. Yeah, I don't know why. I never really got into Dark Souls at all. I know many people that just adore that game, but I never really got into it. Probably good. They're good once you get them all ruined up. They're not what they used to be because they changed the way enemies come out. Enemies come out in much denser packs now and much faster. So the single target defenses have a harder time keeping up. But they're still really good, yeah. You have to just supplement them with something for AoE. I watched Interstellar, yeah, that was a good one. I'm looking for another sci-fi space movie type movie to watch here, but I just haven't found anything that I haven't seen already. I have to pick and choose what I watch. I go to bed much later than my wife. So when I go to bed, I can't fall asleep. So I usually lay in bed and watch something. So, but I have to pick and choose what I watch because my wife is laying there sleeping, right? So I don't want to wake her up. And like most space movies are really quiet. I've seen Splice. Splice was good. That's not really what I'm looking for though. And that one certainly doesn't meet the quiet restriction. I mean something with like, you know, 2001 A Space Odyssey levels of quiet. Besides that one moment where the computer goes, that movie is very, very quiet. When I watch that one in bed, I have to fast forward it past that point. Because that, like, will wake up the neighbors. She still plays Bejeweled, yeah. She hasn't played it that much lately. She's been playing this zoo game for the last year or so quite a bit. Yeah, that's a good one too. We need more good sci-fi movies. I mean, there's a lot of good sci-fi movies out there, but there's a lot of really bad ones too. You know? Yeah, The Last of Us looks pretty good. Squishy Pops. Alien and Predator. Those are all good ones. See, I just need something quieter to watch in bed at night. She doesn't want to. Yeah, I've done Altered Carbon already. I've done like all of the big name stuff or the more popular series. I've seen all those already. I mean, I'm not against watching something over again though. All right, the summit. So we beat this map and we have got insane mode unlocked. All right, so I think we should go through the loot. And make sure we're at our finest here for the old dragon. Let's see, did I ever get a better helm? That's a better helm, but bum passive. Wrong set bonus. Doesn't look like it. That's pretty shiny. I mean, 2 range for 1 power. I think that would be kind of a lateral move. Let's see, where do we want to go? I guess we could go... Let's go 10 more into range, and then we'll dump into rate. Let's see, for minor stuff... Fort power. I think that's better, even though it's a downgrade, just because of the stats it's got on it. Right, how we doing there? Well, doesn't matter. Full power all day. On the monk is back to the minor stuff. That's a fat upgrade. That it's not worth giving up 12 fort for 5 power, I don't think. What do we need? Head and boots. Doesn't look like we got any other replacements. Let's see. We're doing pretty decent. I guess we could get a little more rate going. And then we'll dump the change into power. What do we got here? Guard. Man, I hate to give up rate, but that's just such a big upgrade. That's huge. So what? Gloves and chest. That one's debatable, but I think I'll take it. Then what about the chest? I think the chest we have is probably the best thing we're going to have for now. Let's see. We're pretty jacked on fort. In fact, I think I can probably give up these points and repurpose them somewhere else. Let's get our range up a little bit higher. We'll get our rate up a little higher, and then we'll dump into power. What did that do for my Splody? That's just such a baby still. Just a baby. The deal with the rogue is, although I do get the benefit of the stats for the devices, the main benefit is the armor difference. See, it's 8% more armor using that piece. So even though I don't use range at all, it's still an upgrade. Double fort, we'll take that. Actually, rate fort will be even better. That one was only 4% though. I'll stick with the 8% power piece. There we go. That's only 3% power, but I'll still take it. Well, that one's 5% power. Or 5% armor, pardon me. Alright, so how are we going to start this one off? We get the mana is much more generous here on this map, of course. I think we go... I think we need to turn that. I got mixed emotions here on how to face them. Because remember, we're going to have flyers. I think we'll worry about those flyers from another setup. Let's do this. And then we'll throw a wall like right there. Betsy is supposed to be the ancient dragon's offspring, Kragus. The ancient dragon came first. We do not know when cross saves will be a thing, Goggles. But lore-wise, they've shit all over it so many times, it's hard to say. Like the ancient dragon and Betsy probably are not even related these days. I'm trying to play it as a new player would, one yell. So I'm not using any, I'm using non-meta defenses and no tricks. So everything's basically a tank and spank build against a wall. So like I said, trying to simulate what a brand new player would either do or would learn to do. See, I overbuilt here. I think we're gonna have to do this. I need 10 more mana. I'm gonna have to remove something. Guess we'll do that. And then we'll tough it out here. I mean, wave 1 shouldn't be too bad, right? It's only 60 enemies. I think wave 1 won't be a problem. Hi there, dear. Oh, dang. Sweet, thank you. Appreciate it. The wife made pizza. No, it's not for you, Pepper. Come on, baby. Yummy. Thank you, dear. Yay, pizza! You all realize that, like, in 10 years streaming, she's only come in and brought me food, like, twice. In 10 years. So it's a big deal. The EV's got a mean rocket launch, too. Well, I mean, to be completely honest, One Yell, there is no true sequel to the first game. None of the games really lived up to the first game. But it is fun, and it's worth playing. We'll get that back. We need more flyer loving. They're going to be coming in hot. Let's just do this. Yeah, the rocket launch is not from the Huntress, it's from the weapon. And the EV can use the same weapons, so the Rogue can do the same, the EV can do the same. Anyone that uses a crossbow can rocket launch. You get the grenade, you know? Actually, the Rogue can't, because the Rogue doesn't get an alternate fire, but the EV and the Huntress do. Sorry, y'all, I'm getting up on this pizza here real quick. Ain't trying to lie. I am stuffing my face. Oh, man. So yummy. All right, what else we need? Let's get more poons. More poons, more fun. Thank you so much for subscribing there, One. I do appreciate it a ton. All right. Let's see, dare I try to AFK this wave and eat this pizza? I actually have a Coca-Cola right here with me by there, quick. Yeah, all of the Dungeon Defenders games, they reused the maps big time. Over and over and over again. I've always been one of their strongest critics about that. what it's like 31%, I think it is. 31% of all the maps in DD2 are remake maps, and like 60% of, or whatever, of all the maps in DDA are redone maps from the other game. I have never gotten soft lock, no. Alright, nice. I actually thinking about doing one more build. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got about a 60 divine budget to put another character together. Well, I'm not sure. Not sure what I'm going to do yet. Yeah, I think I got like 60 divine left. So, I mean, I won't be able to put together anything crazy strong for that, but... Woo! Look at these big boy R's now. They're getting thick. This is a testing build. This isn't the live game. Retro. They changed basically the difficulty scaling and how unlocks work for new players just starting the game. And they put out a public testing build, and that's what this is. Gonna be one DU short being able to do this all the way around. Actually, what I should do, since this lane is a non-ogre lane, yeah, this is only early game. We'll get rid of that electric car and bring it over here. It's pretty large changes. It's all addressing player complaints. Players complain the game is too easy. So they moved all the difficulties down. The old insane mode is now medium. The old hard mode, the old insane mode is now hard. The old hard mode is now medium. Nightmare and Summit, or Nightmare and Massacre stayed the same. But then additionally, people complain that they had to grind through the campaign too many times. So, like, now you only have to play through the campaign once. Like, once I beat this map on hard mode, we'll have all of insane mode unlocked. I mean, obviously not Act 4 and 5, but I'm referring to the base game. But if I did Act 4 and 5 on this mode, it would unlock Act 4 and 5 on all the others. Basically, you only have to play a map once. Yeah, and you don't have to do the campaigns first to unlock the survivals. Now, if you play all the campaign maps, then you can unlock any campaign map anywhere. I mean, if you did that, you're going to get your ass kicked, but yeah, you could. I mean, my next move after this map right here is I'm going to jump to Insane Survival on Ancient Mines. Sorry, y'all. Still wrapping up this pizza here. Yeah, huh? Crazy. Well, I mean, it's a big complaint. The two largest complaints are, besides the stupid complaints of, it's not DD1, it's not DD2. Of course it's not. It's DDA. It's a different game. If you want to play DD1 or play DD2, then go play DD1 and DD2. I mean, come on. But besides those complaints, the biggest complaints were game too easy and game too grindy. And the deal with the grind is people hated having to go through medium campaign, then hard campaign, then insane campaign, etc., etc. I mean, you guys will see it firsthand. This is hard mode. I'm level, what, 32. I'm going to be jumping right to insane survival next. Using these defenses, I'm not sure how it's going to go, but I'm going to try it. What's going on, Markimus? How you doing? Well, I'm not. Once again, new player experience. New players don't know what metas. So I'm not using Thunder Spikes. And Thunder Spikes suck until you get the rune. Which I do have the tier 1 rune, but I'm not using Thunder Spikes. I'm not using Plasma Defense System. I'm not using Wisps. Not using DSTs. I'm not using known overpowered things. Because, once again, a new player just doesn't know that it's overpowered. I just never understood why people hate on games because they don't like the current version of a game. There's nothing wrong with somebody liking DD1 more. There's nothing wrong with somebody liking DD2 more. There's nothing wrong with somebody liking DDA more. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. But the thing that it seems really, really popular in the Dungeon Defenders community is, for some reason, people think that they can only install one game on their machine. So that's it. They feel like if they're going to play a Dungeon Defenders game, they can only play their favorite one. And they can't play any of the others. You're not allowed to. It's against the law. And it's just the fucking stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. And it's so popular in the Dungeon Defenders community. I think Borderlands 2 is the best Borderlands game. I sure as hell played through Borderlands 3 and Tiny Tina 2, though. And enjoyed them. Everyone's got a favorite. And that's just how it is. And there's nothing wrong with it. Everyone's entitled to their favorite thing, right? If you refuse to play one game because your favorite is the other game, then you are missing out. Period. In any game franchise. Unless the game sucks, of course. You dislike the way stats are done in the games? I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's the game. It's a stat-based game. So if you don't like dealing with the stats, then that's fair, you know? That's what the game is, though. DD1 and DDA, that's what they are. DD2 is not, of course. They don't refuse to fix it. That's just the system. That's what it is. It's not a good system, but that's the system. It's not broken. It's exactly as intended. And that's fair. I mean, some people love it. Some people will do a bazillion ancient power resets just to get more gold that they don't need. And that's fine. If you're enjoying it, then that's the right move for you, you know? The thing that just irritates me is the hate. Especially when people haven't even played it. Like, you'll see somebody talking about how much they hate DD2 and DD1 is far superior and blah, 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 blah. And then you look at their hours played. They got 7,000 hours in DD1 and 28 minutes in DD2. You can't judge a game off of that. That's just bullshit, you know? If you want to hate on a game, at least play it and learn what the game is about. And it's the same thing with DD2 to DDA, etc., etc. It drives me absolutely nuts, all the hate internally within the same community. Where the thing people aren't getting is, if DD1 is successful, that's going to be good for DD2 and DDA. If DD2 is successful, that's going to be good for DD1 and DDA. If DDA is successful, that's going to be good for DD1 and DD2. Because it's all about the cash, right? It's all about the money. So if one game is successful, that's going to be good for your favorite version of it. It's because we already know all the games are still being developed. Alright, I'm worried about this lane here. Maybe I'll just add a trap. Since we don't have that aura, we'll put like a little last resort trap there for any goblin hordes or whatever that get uppity. I'm worried about whether or not I'm going to be able to burn the dragon with this POS weapon too. Well, I mean, DD2 is just not... None of the games are really truly optimized super well. And DD2 is a glaring example of that. It runs bad on everything. It's buggy on all platforms. It runs poorly on all platforms. I enjoyed being able to hot swap too in between rounds, but that comes from the DD1, you know. Not only did you couldn't hot swap, you didn't even have a hero deck. You had to go back to the forge to change heroes, and that's the way people, you know, a lot of people didn't want even a hero deck in DDA. Personally, I enjoy that from DD2. The being able to hot swap mid-wave. Come on, you stupid Delph. Oh, we lost a wall here. Oh shit, we lost more than that. God dang it. We gonna be able to burn the boss? What are we missing? This is not good. Oh, we're missing the wall in the... Did I put a buff beam down there? Maybe I didn't put a buff beam down there. This is going to be a problem for the boss wave. That's alright. If I have to redo it, then I have to redo it. As long as I don't have to do Ramparts again, for God's sakes. So I got two choices. I can either go super patient on the boss and come down and kill the ogres over here, or I can try to burn him as fast as possible and hope I can get through him. I'm not sure that that's gonna succeed. That's what I'm gonna try, just because that's what I'm gonna try. But I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to get through him quick enough, and this lane is gonna get smashed. Let me at least upgrade all this stuff. Well, hopefully that's enough. Oof. Almost got it. All right, you big dragon. Fly left. Fly left. You know you wanna. That is not left. God, man, the Dark Elf Warriors. Oh, did I miss? I missed. These stupid Delphs, man. They're so goddamn irritating. Now I'm really screwed down there. Spent way too much time here on this. We got him that time. Where's he at? Of course, he's across the world. God, talk about tickle damage, man. I'm gonna lose. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through him. We got any ogres coming? We got an ogre on the wall side. Poison weapon against the poison dark elf is just not good. Not gonna be able to make it to him. Nope. Alright, let's take a peek. Ooh, shit got beat down. Yeah, I'm not gonna succeed on this run, y'all. Alright. Dragon over there. Come on, dude. God, man, I'm just getting so jinxed by him being on the other side of the world. Yeah, if you don't have any of the rewards, you can get any of the makeup stuff. You only have to put in 30 minutes, too, so it's definitely worth doing. Carnage is crappy this early, if that's what you're asking. Oh no! Or I'm not on hardcore, so it don't matter anyway. Yeah, you see Carnage is really bad this early. So sketch, man, huh? We're good on the bottom side anyway. Having mana issues. I've even got that mana regen piece on. Well, at least he cooperated. I think I got him. That was so sketch, though. Oh my god. There we go. Alright, let's loot on a Huntress and hope we get a decent flamethrower here. Let's see. Oh, gray one. Still got mad DPS, though. Actually, that one's pretty good. Oh, and we got a 3-target striking. Woof! Fancy, fancy. With vitality on it. That's a hot item. I mean, that gray quality weapon instantly outclasses this one that I dumped all that money into. Alright, let's do a quick peek for a better melee weapon. I just need something that's a stat stick, so I want something with, like, attack or ideally vitality on it. And I can't have it poison damage because my main hand, or my offhand is poison damage. Exclamation PTR, Alan, will get you a link to all the details. Oh, that's pretty nice too. Early game. The old broadhead rounds. That should up my DPS a little tickle. It's got attack, double attack, but it's the wrong set bonus. Or is it? What was the flamethrower? That's inspired, so I need an inspired sword. With stats. Any stat. Doesn't look like I'm going to get one. That's alright, because we're headed to survival now, and that will be mad, mad loot. Do one more quick look over here. I think it was just these 2 hammers. Neither one of them has any stats on them. Alright, well, it is what it is. Now, here's the deal. Like I said, people complained about having to go through the campaign multiple times. So obviously I didn't complete the campaign, but I completed the base campaign, which the base campaign is the first 12 maps. Didn't do Act 4, didn't do Act 5. However, I don't have to. However, now, if we look at Insane mode, all of those maps I did are already unlocked. So I don't have to go through the maps on Insane mode again. Additionally, I don't even have to play one to unlock a survival to get up to level 60. Or level 60. You need to be level 60 to unlock the deeper well. So I've already got these maps unlocked. I can hop right on in and start a survival map. But no, I mean, it depends on the feedback they get from the PTR and how much time it takes for them to adjust based off of the feedback there, Retro. I would guess within a month. But that's completely a guess. Now, before I hop in, next step is get to level 60. What level am I? I'm level 36, so I got a little ways to go. It's actually not going to take that long because I'm going to be able to do it in Insane Survival. But before I do it in Insane Survival, I'm going to go brew myself up another coffee and visit the little boy's room. So give me just a couple of minutes, y'all, and I will be right back, and we will get our Insane Survival adventure started. So be back in a sec, y'all. All right, sorry about that, y'all. Not gonna lie, I had another piece of pizza. No, this is the new player experience goggles, so nothing has changed in Nightmare Massacre. So I'll play to the first Massacre, or the first Nightmare Survival, and see if I can beat it. Or see if it feels like I can beat it. It's a PTR, so I've got no intention of grinding. Now, a couple things here. I call this the new player experience, but we all know a new player is not going to know to jump right to survival. So, with that in mind, I'm going to do it with the new player style of building and defenses, but I full well know a new player is just not going to know that. A new player is not going to know that you don't have to do these other maps to progress. You know, a new player would probably do all that, but I'm not going to go through and do all that because I want to try to get, you know, this is a limited PTR. It's only up for the weekend, so I want to try to get as much time into it as I can. Additionally, if a new player, say, watched a video and knows that it might be a good idea to just go ahead and jump into survival now in the next tier, they're not going to know that hybrids are going to get pushed. So we're going to have to assume that this is like run number 2 or whatever, and they had a little bit of a learning experience, because it's time to switch our squire over to being a proper waller, meaning all of our points are coming out and going into fort. Additionally, I'm going to start building this character for fort and not all the other stuff. I'm not going to put those on him because I've got a limited amount of accessories right now, which means another learning experience. Flame burst towers are fire damage. Well, we're going to need another source of damage. We're going to need physical damage, which our harpoons were providing before. So the other option for physical damage for the apprentice is either magic missiles or the DST. DST and magic missiles, of course, are both physical damage. So we're going to switch over to building flame burst and DST. And then now we're not going to have that hybrid type play style. So we've got a dedicated waller. We're going to have our dedicated damaging hero. And then I'm going to need to make some upgrades on my rogue. That is for sure. Let's go ahead and give this guy the accessories so we've got as much stat as we can to break into this. That's some cute range on the DSTs. Yeah, man. What do you think of that? Crazy, huh? Now, even with this stat, you know, I got what? I got 82 range. I got 20 points to spend. I think I'm actually going to put it into rate. But even with this range, if you look at magic missiles, you see their range at tier 1, but wait till we upgrade them. Now their range is going all the way to here. So there is a lot of value to be had out of range upgrades, which it's going to take a couple of things to run, a couple of maps for people to learn that. So this is not really a true representation at all at what a new player would do, because they're going to experience some ups and downs, obviously. So we're going to skip the learning experience, though, and assume they learned some of those basics. Now, the rogue, we know we got that flamethrower, just to show you guys the difference in some of the... And to be honest, it's imbalance. It's complete imbalance. This is the Demon Lord weapon. I spent all of my gold upgrading it. So I've got, what, like almost 1 million gold dumped into this thing. It's level 14. And if we look at the damage it's doing, that's... I got it on the wrong difficulty. Let's go to insane. And we see the damage that it's doing. It's doing, what, about 3,000 damage per second? Actually, it's not even 3,000. What's the attack speed on it? It's close to 3,000. We'll just call it 3,000 for ease of math. And we compare that to this gray POS flamethrower that dropped, that has no upgrades at all. And the POS with no upgrades that's great quality is way better. So that's stuff that a new player would learn as well. That the weapons are not balanced really. There's a big difference between a weapon with projectiles and a weapon without projectiles. You know? Now, if I sent them... I'm not going to do it because I'll find a better one on the map, hopefully, but... Or a better anything. But if I sunk a little bit of resource into this thing, if I sunk some of my 900,000 gold into that, it would shred compared to this that's already been upgraded. Now that's fire damage, our main hand is physical damage. That's inspired assault though, so I do want to keep the set bonus. So I'm not going to use that sword, even though that sword is pretty clearly better. But yeah, mad difference. The downside with the flamethrower is the range is terrible, you know? So you got to get up close and personal. Alright, so we are going to allocate everything. Now that we're jumping up into putting our big boy pants on and going up to insane mode, we're going to dump some stat into vitality. And then I'm going to do the old delete all here. Because we have got fat loot coming now. It's going to be beast. Let's do it. So, making the jump, insane survival. I'm even going to turn on hardcore. And we're going to jump into Ancient Mines. Now, on the previous playthrough I did, I went to Prom instead, which is going to be way more experience and way better loot. However, using these defenses, I don't think I can clear Prom. And what you want to do is you want to do the map that you think you can progress as far as you can. I mean, we probably won't even have to complete the map, but we want to be able to get to wave 20 plus. And with these defenses I'm using, I don't think I can do that on Prom. I do think I can do it on Insane, though. Or on Ancient Mines. So into Ancient Mines we go. Art by Sarah. Thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome. And, what? We've only got 200 DU to get things kicked off, so... Let's just throw, One flame burst there. And we'll throw another one like this. And for like the first couple waves, we'll just go melt everything ourselves. That's just last resort only. You see the melting power in the fodder enemies is just absurd now that we've got a decent weapon. Yeah, Ancient Mines is without question the easiest survival map. I mean, I don't think anyone would argue that. It's the easiest one. It just is, you know? What's up, what's up? Once again, welcome. I do appreciate it. So let's just melt these baddies and see if we can't get the map burned out or built out a little bit. We got a fire resistant enemy, but we're still going to shred his face. He's going to get a little bit of a sunburn. That little fella right there. Let's see, we got 415 left. Let's do this. And then... Oops. Throw one of these guys in here. And once again, we'll just manually melt. You'll see the XP scaling though, and how much experience you end up getting as we progress. Every wave, you get more XP, you know? And remember our goal here, I would love to be able to complete the map and get myself a giraffe, because that will just be a huge, huge benefit going into Nightmare mode. But the goal is not that. The goal is to get to level 60. And once again, that's another thing that, as they shouldn't be, a brand new player to the game should not be focused on getting to end game. They should be focused on enjoying their experience. So there's no real wrong answer to what people are doing. Of course, my goal is to get through the PTR before it's gone. Which means I want to get to Nightmare mode. Let's see. How do we want to do it? I think we'll go 4 over here. And then we'll drop a couple of DSTs in. How are we doing on... We're doing good on... Doing good on DU. I think we can actually go 3. That might be a little overkill for this lane. Well, I mean, that's not what this PTR is about. The PTR is about the new player experience. None of the end game has changed. So it's pointless to do, you know? But yeah, you can on the PTR. But that, I mean, they shouldn't have... It was enabled by default, I think. It shouldn't be enabled for this PTR. Yep, DD2 is just a game about countering the enemies. You don't get a gear check in DD2 until Chaos 9. Chaos 9 has no strategic counter. They decided they didn't want to go make it a strategy game anymore and just made it a straight up gear check. The difficulty was changed. It's a little bit... All of the difficulties were swapped, Jackal. So the new hard mode is the old insane mode. The new medium mode is the old hard mode, etc. And then Nightmare and Massacre remained the same, but a new insane mode was made, which was it's in between the old insane mode and Nightmare. Right, I think we're gonna need proper builds now. Or once again, this is all something that would be a learning experience for a truly brand new player. You'd have to learn that you can't get away with being a lazy mofo anymore. Well, you can, I guess, if you knew the metas, but without knowing the metas, you wouldn't be able to. All right, now I got that. I can't put more than 4 on one defense because of that buff beam rune, and I do want to use it. So I think I'm going to give these guys their own. Let me look at that. 35.4. What is it with nothing on it? Okay, so I'm still getting a little benefit out of the rune there. Just play Tangy Rex. Sell any 10 out of 10 mods that you don't need. Sell crafting materials you don't need. There's no like big magic secret to making gold in DD2. It's just it's a grind game. Grind is the big secret. Actually, we're gonna have to change these. I overbuilt it here. So let's just sell all this. Let's go 3. We'll go 3 and 2 instead, and that will leave me a little extra. If you play in a 4-player group, you get guaranteed legendaries from the victory chest, which means more gold, because you're just going to sell those off. So that would be another thing that is not obvious to people, I guess. Right, and then I would love to have a little bit more DU. In fact, I might free up a little bit more, just because I would love to have well, I'd love to have buff beams over here too. So I need to free up 3 more DU. If I got rid of one of these, I could actually get rid of a buff beam as well, and only use 1 buff beam here. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't know if this is a good play here. It frees up a bunch of DU though. Nah, legendary items are all junk. They're all worthless unless it's a max roll item. I'm talking about the mods. Gear is not... The loot is all trash in DD2. None of it matters. What matters is the mods that are on items. You gotta remember, DD2 is not a loot-based game. So, loot items have no real value. And then we can get this here. That's going to leave me 4, right? What do we want to do with the 4? We could throw a buff beam on this wall. That only leaves me 1, but like with the 1, we could do this and just give a little bit of protection over that. Now remember too, I have now got a pet. This one boosts the range of defenses, hits 3 targets. So like if I kicked it right here, and you look at the range of these defenses now, they're getting way down the lane. And just shot, well, I'm not going to reach anything by shooting at it with a flamethrower here. Hopefully I get a usable weapon here that's not such short range. Well, let's do it. Now that we got the build done, the only thing we should really have to sweat is ogres. I mean, Dark Elf Warriors, of course. They're always... But you see my Flame Burst towers are now hitting way down there, and that's because of that buff gemstone. Which is quite nice. No, people complained that it was too easy, Jockle. So they made the, like, not just insane mode, but medium and hard. People complained it was too easy. Additionally, I never continued the second part of that. The other main complaint is people didn't want to play through the campaign over and over again. So now you only have to do the campaign once. Like, I just completed the campaign on hard and jumped right to Ancient Mines Survival. I don't have to play any of the insane campaign at all. It's all unlocked. So the basic complaint was too easy, too grindy. So they made it less grindy, more difficult. Ooh, there's my baby. You know what? I think I'm just going to take that just because I love that weapon so much. That's not a very good one. But I do really like that weapon. And it's got cast rate and attack on it. More importantly, it would allow me to buff those towers and to still shoot into the lanes. I think I've got that one already. Let's see. Yep. Got that one already as well. Yeah, let's use this bad boy. Ooh, I didn't have that one yet. I'm not going to spend on this one. See, look at that one. It's way better, even though it's gray, just because of the attack rate. It's the wrong set bonus, though. I mean, I'll look for a better one here as we go through this map. I'm going to try to do just even upgrades around. Oops. What's going on there, Kingrets? How you doing? Alright, here we go. Now we can at least shoot into the packs. The thing that makes this weapon so nice on the rogue, you see all those marked targets? This weapon, you know, it's AoE. So when it hits, the fireball explodes and hits multiple targets, making it crazy easy to mark enemies. What's going on, Dave? Making the way back through the rest of this playthrough. Alright, Jock, take it easy. Have a wonderful rest of your day. No, this is the second playthrough. This is my very first insane map. I just completed hard just a minute ago. Just gonna mow these guys down here for now. Oh yeah, that was only hard. That was where we started off today, was at hard mode Ramparts. Like I said, people complained and said the game was too easy. Well, remember, I'm doing off-meta stuff that the heroes were chosen by my neighbor's kid. None of these are builds that I would suggest. This is what the kiddos next door said. Oh, those look really cool, so that's what I'm using. To try to simulate the new player experience, you know? Doing Summoner. Nice, nice. Ogres for the win, man. Those ogres are so beast mode. Wave 6 already. We got, what, 3 waves. Wave 9 is when the Dark Elf Warriors will start shitting all over me. So we basically got a freebie, I think, until Wave 9. Spiders are really good, yeah. Even with their sketchy targeting, they're still super, super powerful. One of the kiddos chose Summoner for this one, but basically when I started this playthrough, the 2 choices were what the 2 kids decided on. One of them decided original 4 heroes plus EV and Rogue. The other one decided original 4 heroes plus EV and Summoner. And Stream Chat picked this loadout. So this is the loadout y'all said you wanted to see. Like I said, we won't really have an issue here until the Dark Elf Warriors start coming, and then the struggle will probably be real for a minute or two. Not enough loot to bother. I'm wondering, do I change my loot filter now? I think I do. Let's switch it to legendary only. That way we're not looting a bunch of trash. And you know what? I'm going to add one too. Let me save these. But I'm going to add a weapon loot filter. And we are going to loot what? I think we'll go just epic or higher. And we only want bows. Well, swords too, I guess. Go with that. Now we just need the loot to actually show up. I think this will go really well until the Dark Elf Warriors come, and then it could go either way, but I think we'll be able to push past it. Oh man, that's a nice stat stick right there. 26 vitality on it and a 5% raw damage increase. I don't think I'm going to take it, but... this is my first insane attempt here at Time for Weed. Jumped right. My very first insane map is Insane Survival Ancient Mines. I think I'm hardcore. Yeah, I'm doing hardcore now. We will see how this goes. 2 more waves of free XP, though, before I start getting crapped on by them Delphs. I'm hoping the DST can hold them off, but we'll see here. I should probably check my targeting. I'm sure the targetings are right, but I should check the targeting on them. With this setup, we want the Flame Burst on fodder targeting, and we want the DST on special enemy targeting. Could probably actually get away with the flame burst being on special enemy targeting as well. But I do want to check them. Check them and see what's up. Alright, let's dump into this lane. Since this is our unattended lane, basically. As soon as I start seeing multiple legendaries on the ground, I will do another loot check too, because I will get some nice nice gear upgrades here. There's one legendary. I want to see more legendaries on the ground, though. Then we got an ogre. I think this ogre will get handled. Since it's such, first ogre, yeah, it got splattered. That's a good sign, actually. I got hopes. High hopes. I think we might actually even change the DST to strongest and then leave the flame burst on special. Because I got the ensnare or the electric R's here. We'll put in a little work against the fodder enemies. Don't know how to replace the lower level runes with the higher ones. They automatically swap their hot dilly. So when you get a higher level rune and you use it and pay the unlock cost in your inventory, it will automatically swap all your runes to the higher quality one. You don't actually have a choice. It's actually one of the complaints with runes right now from players, is players want to have the ability to use a lower quality one if they want. Right now, it always uses the highest quality. So yeah, if you use it in your inventory, then they're already equipped. You're good to go. Oh, no problem. And we're getting a lot of swords here now. My inventory is going to get spammed up. Thinking maybe I should just take a sword and then take swords off the loot list. No, it would be very situational. The main thing is it's veteran players that don't want that want to have options. Even though they'll probably never use the lower quality one, they want to have the option to do so if they want. Man, that's a nice minigun. We're gonna keep looting weapons. Okay, oh shit, it's Dark Elf Warrior time. Here they come. Well, the first wave wasn't bad. Oh, I never checked to change the targeting. I'll have to check it. There's 3 legendary items on the ground now. So the legendaries are starting to drop. I think I'll go to like wave 12 before I bother swapping loot though. This is going way smoother than I thought it was, y'all. I mean, we're only at wave 9, and we are on the easiest survival map in the game. But still, it's still going way easier than I expected. I guess I don't really expect to get challenged at all, probably until about wave 20. Maybe earlier, maybe 15. 15 and up. Not sure, we'll have to see here. Grab all this juice. As far as I can upgrade now until I level up. Gonna be getting mad gold now too. So when I finally do find a weapon I'm happy with, I'll be able to upgrade it if I want. Where are they at? Here they come. Wasn't too bad. I mean, this is the starter Dark Elves, though. The wave 15 or 18 or whatever Dark Elves are going to be slapping pretty hard. Getting ogres before they hit the walls is a good sign. I think we're getting, besides the auras, we're getting really close to upgraded as far as we can get. Oh, it does. It really does. The thing is so many of the runes, there's no downside. So even the tier 1 runes is still a buff, you know? Oh, Pretty and Cannon Mark II. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything else except these. That's where the little smart upgrade and repair thing feels weird to new players too. Is the AI of it is trying to upgrade like the buff beam or whatever to full, and you don't have that unlocked yet. So without having it unlocked, the smart upgrade and repair becomes a nuisance instead of a help. Still worth keeping on, in my opinion, but I could see where people would think it becomes irritating. We're gonna get another wheel. Yeah, look at that guy. We killed him way up front. Now I started with the devices on him right as he came out of the spawn, but we got him way out there. Ensnare's good. I think the most powerful one is the overclock. The overclock one is ridiculous. The DST one is giving me a little benefit, but it's not huge because most of the enemies are not really tightly packed, so I'm not getting a benefit off the explosion. But it still helps. It's more, you know. Yeah, I need this coffee to kick in. I am just dragging so bad today. I stayed up a little late last night and then got up a little early this morning. Never a good combo, you know? The PDS one isn't all that great early because the PDS one does have a downside with the range or the dead zone, but the buff beam one is ridiculous. All right, we may be there. Where are we at? We're at wave 12. I guess let's try to go to wave 15. Before looking at loot. Here's another dragon cannon. Hopefully it's a nice one. Well, I mean, there's not going to be a big difference between 8 out of 8 and 7 out of 8 on that one. The thing with the PDS is the range is a little weird. Like, I mean, you can, like, not even use that rune. What I usually do with PDSs is if I'm doing a map where I'm spamming them and building a bazillion of them, I'll slap a explosive trap down underneath of them, and then that takes care of the dead zone. Anything that approaches the dead zone gets exploded. Oh yeah, at level 1, it's very noticeable. The thing is the range on that tower is suspect to begin with without the rune. Like, you're hitting way outside of the displayed range. Little bit suspect. I mean, I'm good with it. But it's definitely hitting outside of the rage. You know, it seems like it's hitting everything they wanted it to hit, in my opinion, Nick. Is it brutally difficult? No, it's not brutally difficult, but it's harder. And that's what they were going for, is a difficulty increase. And it's got mad quality of life, but not having to redo the campaign over and over again on the early tiers. So, I mean, I think it's a win, really. I mean, that's the two major things that were in it. Greater difficulty and less grind. Yeah, all of them got moved down. So insane became heavy or hard, hard became medium, medium became easy, etc. But yeah, I mean, altogether, I do think it hit all of the goals or objectives that they were setting out to hit. I'm bothering collecting this mana. I'm not even going to be able to use it in a minute. Because level 60, I get to Nightmare. Level 60 is also where my last tower upgrade unlocks. Close all the pits if Phil doesn't fall. Well, you know, I can't give Phil a hard time about falling off the map. I am guilty of falling off the map more than just about anybody else, so I won't give Phil a hard time on that one. Man, we're just wrecking the Dark Elves. I think it's because of the DSTs. Got that instant attack, like damn near hit scan, attack speed, special enemy targeting in the mix. Melting these ogres too. We're level 39 now. The levels should start really cracking off. Like, I bet at the end of this wave I'll be level 41, just in one wave. If not there, I'll at least be getting pretty close to it. Yeah, this is like butter here, though. Definitely did not expect it to be that smooth. Maybe I could have taken on the prom. It would have been way more XP and better loot. because this is going really, really smooth. I mean, not even remotely a close call. Did he go see if another piece of pizza's left? Guess I can upgrade the reflect beams. Well, I mean, it's the hardest hitting defense in the game, Devil's Reaper. It's just so situational where it works. But yeah, it's the hardest hitting defense in the game. When it's all runed up and ready to go. But there's so few maps where it actually performs well on because of just how the lanes are laid out and how the physics work of it. But anywhere you get a long straight lane, ideally that's like downhill, it's just going to dominate.
We will act immediately on the more troubling aspects.
Kill this ogre, I'm going to go look and see if there's another piece of pizza.
And the anecdotal references of resistance by agency leadership.
Hopefully I don't make a huge mistake here. I think the build will hold. Oh, it's good. Nefali, it's good. It's hitting all the objectives that they said they were going for. So, I mean, with that in mind, I have to say it's a successful, definitely a successful PTR. Give me just a sec, y'all. I'm gonna leave this run, but I'm gonna go do a pizza check. See if there's any more pizza left. What's going on? I wish I was a sniper. Give me just a sec, y'all. I'll be right back. There was. Call you sniper? That's fair, it's fair. There was another slice of pizza left. God damn, this wave is running slow. It's like it's pepperoni. It looks like it's got a couple of different kinds of cheeses on it. My wife made it. Pretty yummy. Oh no. I have a strict no fruit on the pizza rule. I will never. You won't catch me eating pineapple on pizza. My wife knows that. She would never do that to me. That should be like a criminal offense. How about a dried tomato? I mean, it would probably blend in with the sauce. That got nerfed. The Frost Strike Aura sucks. It wasn't that the Frost Strike Aura was good. It was that Freeze was bugged and was not getting any diminishing returns. So it was a bug that made Frost Strike so good. It's not what it was though. Any CC with Fissures will work in Chaos 9. Come on, don't fool yourself. Literally any stun plus Fissures. The power level is so blown out now, it's ridiculous. But the thing that made the Frost Strike Aura like broken was the buggy diminishing returns. All right, Pizza Inn. What kind of a crappy rock we got? Yeah, we'll be leaving that sitting on the ground. We'll yoink that bad boy. It's going good there, Lady of the Storm. Well, my first insane survival here now. Level 41, so we got 19 levels to go to unlock Nightmare Mode. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get them right here. I think I'm going to turn, I think I probably got my inventory spam now, huh? With weapons, looks like I do. Maybe I'll turn weapons back off. Wow, that's the only dragon cannon it gave me? Rude. There's 24 vitality. Poison. Cast rate and ability, wrong set bonus though. Wow, look at all the stats on that. Ability. So hard to turn down that vitality. I mean, I only want it for the stat stick element. Double-edged. That one actually could hurt me early. That, however, will actually buff my ranged attack. Because, like, that percent damage applies to your main hand and offhand. We'll go with that. Then let's turn weapon collection back off again, just so my inventory doesn't get spammed. I think we'll just do this. That basically turns weapons off. Yeah, it makes it all harder. I mean, that's what people wanted, you know? It's not extreme, but it is definitely harder. Let's see, did we go through the gear? I don't even think we need to. It's going so smooth. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna go through the gear until either my inventory gets dangerously full, which you see it's still really empty, or I get an ogre slap in the walls. I get an ogre slap in the walls, and it's definitely time to look at the gear, which shouldn't be too far off. Probably another 5 waves. Ooh, the Dark Elf Warriors, man. They're getting a little rude. come on, dude. Don't swing down there. There we go. He didn't damage anything, did he? Nah. You gotta join one of those PlayStation groups there, Lady of the Storm. If you join... I don't know if Uzar is here today, but on my Discord server, if you send a message to Uzar, he'll get you into him. But there's several very active PlayStation groups. Same thing, Devil's Reaper. Any player on PlayStation, you need to join the groups. PlayStation, for some ungodly reason, took communities away. But if you join those DDA chat groups, there's like three or four ones that are completely full of active players. Exclamation Discord if no one's in my Discord server and you use Discord, and then you want to send a message to Uzar, U-Z-A-R. In fact, he may have even pinned it in the helpful links. He's one of my moderators there. All one word, no space. Oh, no problem. No problem at all. I'm getting a lot more trash mobs down closer to the wall, but for the most part, it's been pretty safe so far. And the XP, even though this is such an early map, I mean, it's not anywhere near as good as the survival XP on an Act 3 map, but it's still good. Just loot them out. Players don't affect loot quality. It just affects the number of mobs, which means that there's more loot. Shift click, or S click. Hold down the S key and left click. There, neck. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, depending on your group, assuming everyone is contributing, group play is way, way easier than solo play is. If you don't have a bunch of leeches, of course. Oh no! God, I saw that coming. My cooldown wasn't up yet. I'm not used to the long cooldowns being low level. Yeah, but the play is way, way smoother. But on the same note, if you get 3 leeches in your group that aren't doing anything or helping, then the waves could be harder, you know? Alright, let's keep it going. It's just the hero damage is so much, you know? I mean, even with like this unupgraded crappy weapon, I'm still dishing out pretty decent DPS for where I'm at in the game. Now get 3 more people that are also dishing out pretty decent DPS, and you got lanes just clearing, you know? But if that turns into you doing all the work and 3 people over here on the core AFK, then yeah, your experience might be a little different then. So all about the quality of teammate. And there is quite a few people that don't want to actually play the game, that just want to sit there and collect the loot. So that is indeed a thing. Yeah, Uzar. It being Sunday, he's a family man, so he may not be right around on his computer today. But yeah, that's the dude. Oh, no problem. I enjoyed playing on the PlayStation, and the game ran really, really smooth there. I would play on consoles much, much, much more if there was once that cross save thing happens. You know, I'll play on all the platforms much more then. I mean, they're all pretty grindy. It would depend on your goal. Any of them could be considered the grindiest, depending on where you want to get. I mean, if you want to truly min-max in DD1 or DDA, it's going to take you thousands and thousands of hours. If you want to have, you know, all gilded shards without paying for them in DD2, it's going to take you thousands of hours. So it depends on the goal, I guess. DD2, of course, you get the credit card skip button. It's not for everybody. I mean, people that like it love it, but there's definitely more people that don't like it than there is people that do. I enjoyed DD2, but I mean, I could see people's complaints about it, you know? See, the XP is slowed back out. I didn't get a level that wave. Which means I'm definitely not going to get to level 60 by clearing this one. Where if I would have just went to prom, I don't think I would have been able to complete it. But the XP difference is enormous in comparison. I mean, I did my fair share of grind in DD2, no doubt, but I do enjoy a loot grind better than just a grind with no objective other than 286 reroll tokens or, 200 pristines or whatever it is that you're looking for. The thing with DD1 and DDA is that super shiny, nice item, you might find it on the very next map. Where DD2 doesn't have that loot rush, Well, I mean, 1,000 hours is more than most players have played the game, I'm sure. I'm still really craving an ARPG. I played a bunch of Path of Exile this league, but it just wasn't enough. I'm still craving an ARPG. I'm just debating on whether or not to go back and try out. It's been several years. Well, it's been a year plus at least since I played Last Epoch or Grim Dawn. I'm wondering if I would enjoy my experience going and checking those games out again. But I've definitely been craving an ARPG. Diablo 4 hype, man. The pre-Diablo 4 hype is getting me. Oh, I have played my fair share of Warcraft. Yeah. I think by that response you can already tell my opinion, Necked. Both of the recent Torchlight games were a little bit of a disappointment in my opinion. Torchlight 2 was really good. That, what is it, Undecember or whatever, had a lot of potential, and then they made it really bad pay to win. I don't even care if there's pay to win in a game, but I don't want it to affect me, And like in most games that have pay to win, it doesn't affect you if you're not playing with those people that paid to win, right? Like DD2, for example. DD2 is 100% pay to win. But if you don't play with those people, it doesn't affect you at all. Diablo Immortal was like the worst of the worst. Oh, I've got plenty of characters in Lost Ark to play. If I came back to Lost Ark, I could jump right into the end game. I mean, not the end game. I'd have to do a little catch up, but Lost Ark was good. I got really turned off by this honing thing, the honing percentages and all that. I know they had an update since then. That was just a huge turnoff for me. False flagging dormant players with hacker bans? I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that. Is Lost Ark doing that? Lost Ark had a lot of stuff to do. That was one of the nice things about it. There is lots of stuff. It was very diverse as far as what you could do, There were so many routes. The whole island hopping thing and all was super fun, going around and collecting all those island resources. It gave you a very defined, very long task list You know, that kept you busy for a ton of hours. I've never played Trove. It's been suggested to me many times, but I've never played it. They're Steam banning dormant players? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, I've never played Trove. It's been suggested to me many times. Well, of course you should. I mean, that's like well-known facts there, Enigma. You shouldn't reset before Chaos 9. No one should. Just upgrade your Chaos 8 gear, join a match and get carried, then go reset. Oh, cosmetics affect the gameplay in Trove? Free-to-play only gets you so far? That's what I don't like about free-to-play games. I mean, I think a few free-to-play games did it right. I think Warframe has a good system. I think Path of Exile has a really good system. But I have always hated free-to-play games. And now, sadly now, if you look at my gaming time, like over the last, say, 10 years, it's been dominated by free-to-play games. Warframe devs have been messing up bad lately. I've heard nothing but good things about Warframe lately. What are they doing wrong? I'm behind on Warframe, so I don't even know what's going on with it. I know a lot of people that went back to it, though. Free to play is free to start. I got no problem supporting a company either. I've got no problem with having to pay for my game. You know? But free to play games take it too far. One of their bots have been banning people. Well, I mean, that seems like something pretty easy to get over. I mean, that to me, that doesn't sound like a very big issue. Obviously, it would suck, but what? You contact customer support, they unban you? I don't think that's necessarily that big of a deal. I mean, obviously, like I said, it's not right, and it would really suck to have it happen. But I wouldn't say the devs are messing up. I would say one of their bots took a shit, and they need to replace it. You know? I'm still, like I said, I'm really far behind in Warframe, though. There's like several frames I could grind out. There's, what, I still haven't done a new war. I mean, that would be a few hours of play right there. But there's also, I mean, just the basics. There's several Warframes since I played. I stopped playing right before they changed Kuvaliches and Sisters to where it was easier to farm the weapons. Where if you got the... Oh no! Oh no! If you got the weapon... Oh damn! This is it. This is not the easy, smooth ride I was expecting here now. Huh. The Dark Elf Warrior is too much. Dark Elf Warrior mean. Dark Elf Warrior strong. And so are cooldowns. Because I can't seem to kill this guy because he's fire immune. Man, that's all it takes. One fire immune enemy and it's all over. It's alright, I got to 44. Sadly, I don't think it's worth redoing the map. I think the XP is too low. You know, with the objective being get to level 60, I'm never going to kill this guy, am I? Jesus. With the objective being get to level 60... Oh, it is gear check time for sure if I can survive this. These ogres are thick, thick boys all of a sudden, too. It's almost like a switch got flipped. If I survive it, I got a shitload of mana. I'll be able to rebuild it. Good lord, man. Really? These guys just don't want to die. Looks like we might actually salvage it. Pretty sketch, but just might be able to pull through. Man, that got ugly. One fire resist Dark Elf Warrior is all that was. And damn. Looks like we good, but oof, oof, oof. Oh yeah, that is definitely the most challenging mob in the game. Those damn dirty delves. You have to get rifted armor, so you want fusion armor from rifted mode. That's the end game of DDA, basically. Farm the armor sets, and then once you're set up in rifted mode, you never go to unrifted again. You only play rifted. All of that is still the same. None of that was changed, so I won't be hitting any of that stuff in this playthrough. I am actually in the process on that node of setting up an alt account that's low level. Like I'll set them up at level 90 or whatever and put like super early game fusion sets on to do new player tutorials and stuff. And, you know, one without... one that, like, I'm gonna max at 6 of 8 runes. I'm not gonna do anything higher than a tier 6 rune on any of the characters. But it's actually a lot of work to set that character up, or that account up. Manipulating save files and dual boxing and everything else. But I'll have it done here within the next few days, probably. I was actually going to live stream it, but then I thought it would just be really boring. It depends on if you want to min-max or not, Tangy Rex. If you want to min-max, the grind is severe, just like any Dungeon Defenders game. If you don't care about min-maxing and your goal is just to complete the content, then it's not that grindy at all. Right. See if we can't salvage this one more wave. We just need the Dark Elf Warriors to not be fire resist, and I think it's GG's. I mean, I could always decoy them too. Oh, I went 2 and 2. That's right. Instead of buffing the towers, jump down there and let the Dark Elf Warriors hit on me. That would give the towers free shots at them. I need to check the targeting too. Right, we are upgraded. I think it's time for a loot check, though, because that was a beatdown that I barely survived. And I've made it this far. I'd like to get my giraffe. So let's double check for loot. We're looking for fort, double fort, ideally. Actually, with that in mind, I should switch gear and not have this guy in primitive gear anymore. In fact, maybe we'll go, let's see if we can do any... I mean, that's a goddamn good piece right there. Let's switch them to Ancient. It's got Fort. Like I said, ideally I want double Fort here. But I'll take whatever I can get. What am I missing? A head. Range Fort. Let's just go with it. I think that's probably good. Yeah, this is my Waller. A beastly 300 fortify. Look out. Okay, now do we want to switch this over to... Let me look and see what kind of gear I got sitting. Might have some good... Actually, it looks like there's some nice gear sitting. Big upgrades, wow. Power range. I lose some rate, but look at all that power. Woo! Shiny. No headpiece. That's alright. Now that one's curious. That's inspired. Wrong set. Alright, then we'll go... Let me see, what is the rate on these DSTs right now? 1.89. We went like that. What does that get them to? 1.72. That didn't take them very far. I think I would have gotten more value out of power there. Let's see, this is minor... Fort power. Wow. I mean, that's an upgrade, even though it's got a bump passive. Fort power. I think we go for it. We go with the Fort power. And looks like no headpiece to go with. Now what does that get us to? Alright, we're getting there. 289 power. Oh yeah, buffing the walls is huge. Yeah, the fusion sets are the only thing that changes your towers to fusion. So it's all the same. The main thing is you got the 3 damaging stats, right? So you've got power, range, and rate are your 3 stats that affect defense that does damage. So you want those 3 stats on every piece of gear. And then as far as your passives go, like this one's got the defense rate passive. That one's got that fortify, 35, fortify passive. The best passives are, the number one would be percent damage increase. Do I have any of those? I know I had one. I saw it. Just a raw percent damage. Now, of course, I don't see it. But that would be the number one passive. Number two, there it is, defense damage. So percentage defense damage is the best. The second best would be power. And the third best would be rate. So as far as your two passives that you get on items, ideally you would want percent power or percent damage and power, but rate is the third best. So if you get power rate or percent damage rate or whatever, it still may end up being a best in slot piece for you. And then as far as the stats go, just throw it all into power once you get to end game. Before you get to end game, of course, you got to find those happy medium spots. All right, I got to have some upgrades here, right? Fort power. I mean, that's a big upgrade, but I'm not really having problems losing my charges. That's nice. Wrong set, wrong set. What about gloves? There we go. Percent defense damage and power. That right there will actually be a huge buff to my electric auras. Even though as small as that number is, it's still a big buff. Yeah, you can use the search bar. I never do. But you could type in, what? Percent damage, and you see, like, I've got no percent damage pieces there. If I go over to here and go percent damage. Oop, I still got no pieces. Wow. That was the only percent damage piece I had. But say you wanted to search for, what is that, toxicity overload? Tox, and it would, you know, narrow it down. Alright, we're not using traps, so we don't need to worry about that. I am debating on throwing some gold, now that I got a bunch of gold sitting, throwing it into this gun. Let's see how much gold we get out of clearing our bags. Yeah, we got a little change. Let's do it. Let's upgrade this gun. There's 1 million gone, but I got almost, well, I got what, 6.5, so that's nothing. That's going to give me a pretty sizable DPS increase for these ogres and whatnot. Oops. And let's go into attack as well. What are points? I'm thinking I might be better off just luring the Dark Elf Warriors down in front of these defenses. See, we're just wrecking them now that I got a weapon upgraded. Huge difference. Now a fire one, we're not going to shred like that. So what I'll do if a bunch of fire Dark Elf Warriors come is I'll just jump down here and let the DST shoot at them. That ogre getting pounded. Definitely not going to be level 60 though in 5 waves. So that is definitely a bummer. I'll have to do like a, well, I mean, we'll have to see how much XP I'm getting per wave. Like I'm halfway through 45 now. So we'll have to see. Do we get to the halfway point of 46 by completing this wave? I mean, we'll have to look. Actually, we're halfway through 45 at wave 20. So remember that, y'all. Somebody can remember that. We're halfway through wave 20 or wave 40, level 45 at wave 20. So So we'll figure out where we want to start as far as our wave start for the next run to get to level 60. We'll have to see what we get from 20 to 25 here. Hopefully like a wave 20 start would get me there. That's just, it's an enormous difference from prom. If I would have done prom, I think my chances of failure would have been pretty high. But the reward would have been pretty great, you know? It wouldn't be worth starting prom at wave 1 now, though. I mean, if you wanted to give yourself a little head start into Nightmare, you could. Start at wave 1 and then not go to Nightmare right at level 60 and collect up a few more levels to give yourself a little more power. Yeah, that was an entirely different experience. So what, we're 46. So that gave us a little over a full level right there. We'll have to see how we go as we're ramping up. Dark chocolate, oh man. Nice. That's pretty awesome. Alright, these are they fire? Actually, it doesn't look like it. The Dark Elf Warriors are still, they're just mean, man. They're just mean. Now remember too, we'll progressively get more XP every wave as well too. But on the same note, every level is going to require slightly more XP to get to the next. So we'll have to see just where we end out at, going from 20 to 25. I mean, if we end up at like level 53 or 54 or something when it's all done, then I think a wave 20 start will be fine. But I don't think we'll end that high. I think it'll be like maybe 51 or 52. But hopefully I'm off. We will find out. But that's definitely the penalty for being a chump and taking the easier map. Because I wouldn't have to there's zero doubt in my mind that I'd have to replay the map at all if I would have done prom instead. So, I mean, you got to pick the line, right? You want to be able to complete the map to get to the good waves. But you want to be confident that you can complete the map, you know? Oh, it's definitely harder. I mean, it's not like brutal, but it's harder, yeah. I mean, just on the extreme basic level, the old insane mode is now hard. The old hard is now medium. Just the basic of it itself, it definitely scaled up. What's going on there, Wretch? All right, so yeah, I'm earning more than the level is going up. Like I progressed, I got once again more than a level up for that wave. I got like 1 and looks like 1 and an 1/8 or something like that. So I might be like level 52 when this is over. Assuming I complete it and don't derp and screw up. Which, you know, is always an option. Uh-oh. Let's come over here. Shit, man. Don't you dare smack on that. Woof. The old repair mode? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean the camera view, or you mean the smart targeting and repair? You mean if you mean the camera view, you hit T. T is in Tom. That's how T is in toggle, I guess I should say. That's how you toggle between the two camera views. So like, for example, if I was going to repair this and I hit T, it would take me to the overhead view. If I hit T again, it takes me back. It's because of the pet you're using, Alan. If you're using a striking gemstone, read the description of the pet and what it does. Yeah, when the game was first being developed, they asked people if they wanted the DD2 camera view or the DD1 camera view, and it was like a 50-50 split vote. So they put them both in, and you could toggle between them. So, you know, DD2, DD1, you know. Oh, for me, it doesn't lower the sensitivity. For me, it cranks the sensitivity way up. Like, for me, the sensitivity is super high right now. But yeah, it's something that you need to dial in. Oh, hell yeah, Harrison. By all means, get the survey done, man. Get you the loots. You can, there's got to be an adjustment for that, right? If you change your camera sensitivity, has it changed that at all, Nick? I mean, you would think there would have to be an adjustment for that, right? Disable profanity filter. No, thank you. I want to see what I'm getting cussed at. I have no idea, Enigma. I haven't played a map in DD2 in like 2 years, man. You can do exclamation Drakenfrost and bot spam on my Discord server. Or not exclamation. Do / Drakenfrost and the bot spam channel, and the bot will tell you when the rotation is up. I literally haven't played a map in DD2 in at least a year. So, I mean, I have no idea when the rotations are Or what rotation it's on. I guess that's not true. When Chaos 9 came out, I played that. So it's been since Chaos 9 came out. So definitely not a year. Probably 6 months, 8 months. Well, I've got it on borderless mode, though. No, I don't. But I normally play at borderless mode. Let me see. Nah, it's still the same for me. It's probably, I mean, it might be like something in the config file that you don't have an actual slider for in game too. I'm not sure. Oh, they do that every time, Enigma. They didn't add the C10 shards. They gave out 2 shards as teasers to keep people from screaming. The C10 shards have not been added to the game. That's two shards that you got for free. That they did that last time. They did that the time before with Chaos 8. I mean, that's just normal. Anything to make people feel like they're getting content, you know? Oh, well, that's the smart upgrade and repair. That's what it's supposed to do. You have to just turn that off if you don't like it. Enable smart repair mode, enable smart upgrade mode. Just toggle those off if you don't like that. It's designed to go through the defenses for you where you don't have to move around and target anything. Like, I mean, obviously I can't upgrade anything, but say all this was tier 1, including the buff beam, it's going to upgrade the buff beam first, then the damaging defenses evenly. So if I just targeted like right here, where I'm not actually targeting anything, it would upgrade the buff beam to full, then it would go to these 4 towers and upgrade them one at a time evenly. But, I mean, that's a godsend, dude. You just got to get used to using it. But if you don't like it, you can turn it off. Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter where the cursor is, because you just keep clicking the button. It's auto-targeting something for you, you know? But like I said, if you don't like it, turn it off. But if you get used to it, you're going to be, damn, what was I doing before? This is crazy good. But you do have to get used to it if you've never played DD1. DD1, it was like the default. There is a range, but it's really big. This is insane mode now. This is my first insane mode map. God, the cooldowns are so long when you're low level. Not used to that, for sure. This is survival, insane survival. It's on the testing build. This is not my live account, of course. I would never be playing insane survival. Testing, the early game is changing. for DDA, and this is a public testing build. Looks like shy of any major derpage. We should be able to get the win, no problem. So I'll at least get a giraffe out of the deal. And that'll be a nice stat stick for going into Massacre. Oh, you just started DDA today. Nice, nice. Yeah, this is a public testing build. So this isn't the live game. The early game is being changed a bit because a lot of players complained about it. Now I actually use Squire Walls on my main account. This is my second playthrough on this testing build chaos. I still used ogres. The cost of them doesn't bother me a bit. The cost of them is worth it. They're extremely powerful. This playthrough here, I wanted to try to be as close to a new player experience as possible. So I had my neighbor's kids, who know nothing about Dungeon Defenders or any of the games, look at the characters and pick who I would play. So, and no meta stuff, you know, no Beaming Blossom or Wisps or Plasma Defense System, none of the OP stuff, no Proton Beams. Right, well, we got lucky and no Fire Dark Elves. But yeah, my first playthrough when I was doing what I personally would pick, I 100% used ogres. They're beast. They're so powerful. They never need repairs practically. What's going on, Headshot? Enjoy the lurk. Well, I mean, you could tell them too, or not bother, but tell them how early game insane mode is. There's 2 entire difficulties above that, plus bonus difficulties above that. So, I mean, I think his expectations were probably not in correct order. Insane mode now is super early game. It's not DD1. It's a different game. It's got more difficulties, and then it's got bonus difficulties on top of the more difficulties. So, yeah, I mean, Insane is just super early game. But, I mean, someone who thinks it's a DD1 remake would not know that and not give it a chance. It's not a DD1 remake, even though at face value it appears to be. It's entirely different systems. I mean, you can start the game in insane mode. I mean, you can on this testing build because they cranked the difficulties up, but on the live build right now, you can start the game on insane. That's like brand new player stuff. So tell them, ha ha, you missed out. You missed out on the entirety of the game by jumping to conclusions. Yeah, I mean, insane mode is just a super early game. Like I said, you can do it on a Squire if you want. But right now, that will be changing when this update that I'm testing right now goes live. But in the current live game, you can literally start the game on Insane. Level 1... Actually, you have to do Deeper Well first to unlock it. But level 5 or whatever, 10 minutes into the game, you're in Insane mode. So yeah, there's no challenge. But that's not the game, is the thing. The game comes way after that. That's like the intro. If you're a veteran tower defense player, that is tutorial. So, like in the case of your brother, not to bash on him or anything, because he's entitled to whatever he wants to do, but your brother complained that he beat the tutorial in 2 hours. Tell him, grats, dude. You beat the tutorial. Because that's basically what it is right now in the live game. Now, that's one of the points, too. It's a beam. You throw it on the ground, mobs walk over it. My stats are all shit. I started this account yesterday morning just for the test weekend. You don't want to base anything off my account. You want to look at my YouTube videos. Everything is trash. I'm randomly equipping whatever. Like on this guy, I dumped half my points into vitality, other half into attack. All trash gear. Empty slots. So you don't want to go off of... Like I said, what I'm doing right now is I'm testing a public testing build for the developer. This is not the live game. You wouldn't want to base anything that you see right here and do any of this that I'm doing. These defenses were all chosen by my neighbor's kids who have never played the game. These heroes were all chosen by my neighbor's kids who have never played the game. Same thing there. I mean, end game, you get power, range, and rate on all your pieces and upgrade power. Early game, until you get to that point, you got to find the balance. If you don't feel like your auras are big enough, then put more range on them. If your auras are burning too fast, then put more forward on them. You know, it's a play by ear because you can constantly adjust everything. You know, there's no cost to refund your stat points and reallocate them. You know, like say I was happy with my vitality. I could just get rid of it all right now and dump it all into that and done. Zero cost. You know, or the other way around. You know, say I needed more vitality. Boom. Done. Zero cost. So up until you get to end game, it's just kind of a play it by ear thing. Put the stats in where you feel like you need the stats in. All right, we made it to 53. So I think a wave 20 start will probably get me to nightmare mode. I really wanted to get my first nightmare attempt in today, but it's getting close on the clock. At least want to check out the first few waves and see if I get face rolled or not. What happened? Oh, derp, it's endless mode. We don't have to restart. Duh. I completely forgot about endless mode. What a dummy. Good lord, where's this kid been, huh? I'm stuck in the past. Oh, we getting pushed now, though. Where on earth has this kid been? It's different than Dungeon Defenders 2. It's fun and it's worth playing. Does it have to be better than any of the other games, or can it be fun and worth playing? Is the question. Dungeon Defenders 2 is fun, worth playing. Dungeon Defenders 1, fun, worth playing. Dungeon Defenders Awaken, very fun, worth playing. So decide whether or not you want to play it. I mean, there's Dungeon Defenders games are grindy games that you could put 1,000,000 hours into. So, I mean, every one of them is worth well worth the money. You know, you're just going to get your money's worth out of it. Dungeon Defenders Eternity was worth playing. It was $14. I played it for like 800 hours on $14. That qualifies as worth playing to me. Was it a shameful cash grab? Hell yeah. But was it worth $14? Oh yeah, it was worth $14. It was shameless, but it was worth $14. Yeah, this one's definitely worth the money. I mean, right now, at this very second, I've got 3,393 hours into the game. for $30. I mean, that's pretty good, right? The last $70 AAA game I bought, I ended up putting like 25 hours into it. Indie games are good like that, man. The value is definitely there for damn near every indie game. You just get way more bang for your buck compared to the big titles. I don't really look for DD Dungeon Defenders videos on YouTube, Enigma. So no, never heard of them. I don't really look around for Dungeon Defenders videos, though. I mean, there's nothing I need to look up, you know? I mean, I'm aware of the people that are in my community that are content creators. But someone who hasn't ever joined my Discord server or never comes by my streams or doesn't comment on my videos, nah, I have no clue who they are. All right, 54. Guess let's keep letting it fly here. The Dark Elves are getting a little sketch. It was a subsidiary. Nom Nom Games was a closet. It was a closet room for for Trendy Entertainment. It wasn't actually a different developer. What happened was Nom Nom. I don't know if any of y'all that have been around long enough that you remember that whole Studio from Hell thing, where Trendy was getting lots of bad publicity. Well, rather than actually separating with the people involved with that, they put them in another room and changed the name to Nom Nom Games for that room. It was still Trendy. It was a publicity stunt to try to avoid some of the hate they were getting. Well, I think originally it was because they wanted to sell the Playverse system. Like DD2, the back end for DD2 is that system called Playverse. They made that themselves. Oh, nice, IHOPs. And I think that they intended originally to sell that to other game developers. And then it ended up being a complete piece of shit. So, obviously, nobody wanted it. And they wanted to market that product. And don't hold me to that 100%, but I think that's one of the reasons they wanted to market that product under another name. But the main reason was that whole Studio from Hell thing. Person A is getting shit on by the public, but we don't want to actually do anything about it, so move Person A to Closet Room B and we'll call it a different company, is what that was. Thanks for following there, Orby. Welcome, welcome. I do appreciate it. You fell asleep mid-run? Sadly, I know the feeling. I have done that before myself. All right, we got a little ways further to go. It's all about these dark elves, man. They dead? I think they're dead. What you up to today, IHOPS? Dang, IHOP's giving all the games away on Steam. What's up, man? Oh, if you have to ask, it's already gone, Nick. Somebody posts a free game in chat, you don't ask questions, you redeem it. Because it is gone already, I assure you. Panzer, thanks so much for following. Yeah, this was definitely not the map to do. Last day of vacation. Oh man, we'll make sure you enjoy it. IHOPS is always giving away his extra Humble Bundle games and everything. He does that all the time. Very generous person. Yeah, no upgrades yet, huh? Gotta be level 60. When I'm level 60, I'm leaving. All right. 57. 3 more levels. Shit, man. Are they gonna kill me? Come on, don't kill me. Oof. God, that was uncomfortably close. Oh, dude, those are 2 really good games, IHOPS. Tribes of Midgard is an incredible game. Oh, that's true. I forgot. It's bugged. I still need to do Insane Summit. Yeah, man. Tribes is a really, really good game. Already have it. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can do that, Zach. I've been doing a lot of rune giveaways. I gave away a big old bundle of them on New Year's Day. If you don't need them and you don't need the gold, I'd be more than happy to give them away to people who can use them. Yeah, Tribes is like a combination of like a roguelite and a survival game. It's very, very addicting. Definitely worth playing. Yeah, I would use any dupes you have now, or any dupes you get in for now, to trade with people to help fill in your roster to get them all. All right, IHOPs. Well, thanks for swinging by, man. Enjoy your dinner. I'm not going to get more than a level from doing Summit. So I guess when we get to 59, I'll bail. Now, long term, this is a bug on the test build. But long term, you won't have to do that. But right now, you have to have the insane summit beat as well to be able to move on. I'm going to do a quick peek for a better weapon on the ground, though. How was my inventory holding up? It's still solid. Dude, the New Year's stream, I was so hungover. I am not a big drinker. I used to drink quite a bit back in the day, but I don't drink very much anymore now. New Year's, I was in not a good way. The headache was real, I assure you. We get the Delphs? I think we got them. This should be the last map I have to do. Or last wave. Then I get another giraffe anyway. Borderlands gives out a shitload of keys on Twitter. Like every day, almost. Oh yeah. There's a reason all the professionals call New Year's Eve amateur night. Lady of the Storm. Because everybody that doesn't drink is out drinking on New Year's Eve, you know. That sucked so bad working New Year's Eve in the casino business. But it was good money. A lot of times you'd make more on New Year's Eve than you'd make in the entire month of December. Well, that's probably an exaggeration. In like the last 2 weeks of December, you'd make more in New Year's Eve than in the whole last 2 weeks put together. That aspect of it was certainly nice, but boy, dealing with all the drunk people, oof. That was rough. That's why I'm not doing it anymore. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, I worked in casinos for a lot of years. we'll get our other free giraffe and then bolt here. And then I'll be 59 and change. So doing that summit will be enough to get me over the hump. Yeah, it'll be more than enough. Grab our free giraffe. Thank you very much, shiny giraffe. We'll take you. And we'll just go ahead and equip you right away, because you're very nice. Very, very nice. Nice little stat stick there, huh? Alright, so let's just bail. No need to keep running on that. And we got to get to level 60 to unlock Nightmare. However, currently, the game is requiring you to do an insane summit before Nightmare will officially unlock. That's not intended. Phil confirmed that. That's a bug. I mean, that's the way it is in the current game. So it's just he didn't take that unlock off yet, that unlock requirement. So we're going to have to do a summit. But I guess we can take a quick peek through the loot. Let's see. Once again, this is my builder. Level 60 requirement. Oh, man. Maybe I need to do summit first. Let's just go do summit. I don't think it's going to be a big challenge. I'll put my points in at least. How we looking here? I think we go full power. We go range here. That was too much, but that'll be all right. And then here, we need to go attack. In fact, I'm going to put another 25 into attack too. Actually, and another 25 into attack. There we go. Alright, so let's go knock out the summit real quick on Insane, just to get that completion. Just gonna do the same build. Have to watch for flyers, but that's about it. I don't know if I'd call it the best skill in the game, but it is fun to use. Needs Purity Bomb, Max. Needs Purity Bomb. I want that DD1 Purity Bomb. I really, really hope they add that as a rune down the road. Alright, let's blaze this one up. Oh, wrong hero. Shit. Hopefully I'll survive. I don't have a weapon equipped, so I won't be able to do any damage. Nah, no damage at all. If we get any fire immune enemies, I'm in trouble. I mean, I could throw down a trap real quick if we do, I guess. Well, the Purity Bomb wasn't stronger. The Purity Bomb was larger with a lower cooldown, but didn't hit as hard. But it covered a big area. Ah. Gonna have to trap that guy. He's too far out of range. Eat shit, dude. Oh, should have known. I got 0 health. Ah, God. What do we got left? There we go. How we want to do this? I was using harpoons for flyers. I mean, we got so much mana or DU on this map, I don't think it really matters. So we'll go... We got to get another element in besides just fire, so we'll go... I'll turn it this way to cover the flyers. And I'll put another one out there to cover those flyers. Same thing here, we'll turn it. Put another one there, and I think we'll be GG's down on this side of the map. But then we need to get this stuff done. Out of juice. Let's go to the right hero this time so it doesn't turn into a travesty like that. All right. Get some auras, maybe some buff beams. Probably still gonna have some a little bit of mana left over, or a little DU. I think it'd be better off to go with the buff beams than throw the R's down until I get more mana. Here we go. Get another attempt at a gemstone here too. You never know, might get something good. Get a 4-target speedy gemstone and it's over. Alright, we got 30 left. We still got ours to place. I mean, that's 24 gone right there. So that leaves me with 6. What do I want to do with 6? I guess I can put a buff beam on the 2 ogre lanes here. This lane is an ogre lane, and then this lane is a potential ogre lane. Guess let's do that. Saving nothing for reflects. Poor little reflect beams. Tower's all going to get mashed on. Alright, now we just gotta wait for the big Flappy Bird. The lanes should all hold. No problem. I mean, the boss wave might be a problem, but up until then, shouldn't be an issue. The big fluffy chicken. Devourer of Dreams? Who is that? The Ancient Dragon? Or is that just a description of what he do? He devoured them dreams. I've never heard that referred to as his title, though. I would have to disagree. I don't think he is going to be devouring any dreams today. I think he's going to get his ass beat. Now, is my cockiness going to ruin that for me now? Oh, it's nowhere near as bad as Twitch, Enigma. I didn't even hit the ad button. I wonder what they're doing running ads. YouTube's not supposed to run ads unless I hit the button. And I have not hit the button. In fact, I haven't even hit the ad button once in 2023 yet. Twitch is really bad with the ads, though. They'll back up. They'll run 8-9 ads. And are back-to-back that you have to watch through all of them. It's crazy. And the streamer has no control. Well, clearly, I got no control on YouTube either. because I did not trigger no ads. Appreciate you sitting through it, though. You've seen 15 ads on Twitch before? Damn. That's over the top, man. Alright, hopefully the Dark Elf Warriors aren't too annoying here. Because we all know they're annoying as hell. Here, we still got 100 mobs left. I'm jumping the gun a little. The Yogscast streams over Christmas. 15 ads. That's crazy. The political times are the worst, though. People sending your text messages and the ads and I've got a policy now. I don't vote for people who send me text messages. So if a politician sends me a text message, I will not vote for them. I just can't think of any way to be more annoying or invasive in a person's life than send them a text message when they don't know you. You know? You're some rando politician. Oh shit, I missed. That's the most irritating shit ever. Are you kidding me? There's no way in hell I missed that one. Make me shoot you the hard way, mister. Alright, I was gonna say, if it says I missed that time, I'm calling shenanigans. Getting hoodwinked by the ballistas. Alright, we got his big old flappy bird butt. Sorry, Big Bird. You are done for. One more shot. Where you at? Where you at? There he is. Give me my loot. See if we get a better, a good, really good, incredible gun here. Man, that thing's pretty nice. I'll keep the look at it. They passed a law against message call spam except political spam. Oh my god, that's terrible. It's Big Bird, Enigma. It's Big Bird. $62. That got me farther than I needed to be. I could have left that survival a little while ago. Alright, y'all. So here is the deal. I am out of time. But if the PTR is still up tomorrow, I will continue this tomorrow. If it's not still up tomorrow, then before it goes down, I'll record my first nightmare attempt. That way y'all can still see it. However, that is going to get it for me for tonight, though. So thank you all so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it a ton. I'll be back streaming something tomorrow. I don't know if it'll be DDA or another game. But anyway, thank you all an absolute ton. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful weekend. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday, y'all. And I will see you all next time. Take it easy.